place to respond to officers' training needs, to forge links with neighboring countries, and to facilitate the follow-up World Customs Organization programs in the Asia-Pacific region.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, before joining the conference, you will need to update Zoom to the latest version. There are 3 simple ways to do this. First, you might see a notification banner across the top of your homepage. You will be able to click Update from here or click the profile icon and choose Check for Update. The program will let you know if you need to run an update. Lastly, you may return to the Zoom Download Center at any time to view and install the latest version. Note that this will cause Zoom to restart, so you should avoid doing this while in a meeting or scheduling one. You can now enjoy conference using the latest and greatest version of Zoom on your desktop. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to event hosted by Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center. We would like to inform that this event now is facilitated with interpretation feature in the Zoom meeting. In case you would like to switch the language between Indonesian or English, it is now available. In this video, we would like to demonstrate how to use the interpretation feature. First, participants can join the webinar using the link that is given by the host as usual. Second, after joining the Zoom, you can find the interpretation feature on the menu. Third, you can choose between Indonesian or English. To listen in Indonesian, please choose Indonesian. Fourth, after selecting the language that you want, example Indonesian, you will hear Indonesian language spoken by the interpreter louder than the original language spoken by the speaker. Fifth, if you want to mute the original sound, you can choose Mute the Original in the interpretation menu. Well, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, you have already set the language that you choose. And now, you can join the event using the language that you have chosen. Thank you very much and enjoy the event.
Welcome to the Indonesian Customs and Excise Training Center, located at the Directorate General Customs and Excise Headquarters Complex in Rawamangun, East Jakarta. It was established in 1966, aiming to provide world-class quality training within the fields of customs and excise. Indonesian Customs and Excise Training Center is a part of Finance Education and Training Agency under the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia and headed by a director. With its 14 best trainers who are highly qualified and well-respected specialists in their field. The Indonesian Customs and Excise Training Center has officially become the regional training center for the Asia-Pacific region after being endorsed by the head of customs administrations in the Asia-Pacific region at 21st WCO AP Regional Head of Customs Administration Conference on November 12, 2020. Commencement was marked with the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding between the World Customs Organization and the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia on January 29, 2021. We organize customs and excise courses in a various number of specialized fields through the annual scheduled training programs and other additional courses to meet the training needs that arise every year. We also adopt diverse strategies to promote digital learning activities that result in the massive open online courses such as e-learning, distance learning, webinar, and talk show. The building features training facilities that consist of administrative offices for the Customs Training Department, a 100-seat auditorium for trainings and large group meetings, 19 classrooms, each with the capacity of 30 students, training lab with the equipment for simulation training, mock container examination, 3 dormitories with 70 rooms, digital learning room, computer laboratory, mini office, library, lounge, studio, main hall, dining room, fitness center, entertainment room, stadium, swimming pool, tennis court. Now we are more than ready to be the best place to respond to officers' training needs, to forge links with neighboring countries, and to facilitate the follow-up World Customs Organization programs in the Asia-Pacific region.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, before joining the conference, you will need to update Zoom to the latest version. There are 3 simple ways to do this. First, you might see a notification banner across the top of your homepage. You will be able to click Update from here or click the profile icon and choose Check for Update. The program will let you know if you need to run an update. Lastly, you may return to the Zoom Download Center at any time to view and install the latest version. Note that this will cause Zoom to restart, so you should avoid doing this while in a meeting or scheduling one. You can now enjoy conference using the latest and greatest version of Zoom on your desktop. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to event hosted by Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center. We would like to inform that this event now is facilitated with interpretation feature in the Zoom meeting. In case you would like to switch the language between Indonesian or English, it is now available. In this video, we would like to demonstrate how to use the interpretation feature. First, participants can join the webinar using the link that is given by the host as usual. Second, after joining the Zoom, You can find the interpretation feature on the menu. Third, you can choose between Indonesian or English. To listen in Indonesian, please choose Indonesian. Fourth, after selecting the language that you want, example Indonesian, you will hear Indonesian language spoken by the interpreter louder than the original language spoken by the speaker. Fifth, if you want to mute the original sound, you can choose Mute the Original in the interpretation menu. Well, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, you have already set the language that you choose. And now, you can join the event using the language that you have chosen. Thank you very much and enjoy the event.
Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center. Anywhere, anything, anyway about customs. So come and join us. We are World Customs Organization Regional Training Center for Asia Pacific in Indonesia.
Chairman of the Financial Education and Training Agency, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Andin Hadianto, Director General of Taxes, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Suryo Utomo, Central Transformation Office Expert, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Sudarto, Advisor to GCE Services and Revenue Affairs on behalf of Director General on Customs and Excise, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Rudi Ramadi, Director of the Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center, Bapak Hari Mulya, World Customs Organization Expert, Mr. Hawu, and Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development Expert, Ms. Belinda Brown.
And not to mention best regard to all participants who have joined us today. We are very pleased to announce that we have International Custom Administration coming from Australia, Cambodia, Fiji, India, Iran, Laos, Malaysia, Nepal, New Zealand, Nigeria, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, and from Indonesia, we have not only Custom and Taxes Administration, but also public and academic who join us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our first day at the International Conference on Customs and Tax Cooperation in 2022. Today is such a record-breaking moment for us to have 1,800 participants during our international events in Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center. But we do apologize due to the limited quota, only 1,000 participants that can join us via Zoom meeting. And for the rest participants, we hope you can enjoy our conference comfortably from our YouTube. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us at today's conference. It's an honor to be given this opportunity and responsibility. Hopefully, Artis Indonesia will contribute more greatly to the international customs community.
And Sylvia, on today's special day, we proudly wear one of the Indonesia traditional custom from Kalimantan. Why do we wear the traditional custom of this region? As you know, the Indonesia government has decided to move the capital city of Indonesia from Jakarta to the largest island in Indonesia, Kalimantan, starting next year. And on this occasion, we would like to socialize the government decision, especially the neighboring countries which are participating in this event.
Ladies and gentlemen, without waiting any longer to kick off today's conference, let's hear the opening remarks from the Chairman of the Financial Education and Training Agency, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Andin Hadianto.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable Excellencies, Director General of Customs and Excise, Minister of Finance of Indonesia, Mr. Askolani, Director General of Taxes, Minister of Finance of Indonesia, Mr. Surya Utomo, Assistant Minister of Finance for Organization, Bureaucracy, and Information Technology Affairs, Mr. Sudarto, who will represent Vice Minister of Finance to deliver keynote speech, and he also will be a speaker. Head of Regional Office for Capacity Building for Asian Pacific, Mr. Norikazu Kuramoto. Expert from World Customs Organizations, Mr. Hao Wu. Expert from OECD, Ms. Melinda Bronze. She is actually also head of the OECD rep office in Indonesia, who just arrived in Jakarta yesterday. Welcome to Indonesia. Director of Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center, Mr. Hari Mulya. Distinguished participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning in Jakarta's time. First of all, I am pleased to extend our warmest welcome to all resource persons and participants from Indonesia and also from all over the world in participating at our truly international conference on customs and tax cooperation. Entering the second year since becoming the regional training center in the Asia and Pacific regions, the Indonesian Customs Training Center continues to serve its purpose in facilitating the follow-up of WCO programs in the Asia Pacific regions to build customs administration's capability. Hence, today we have the honor to hold an international conference that connect the custom and tax researchers, officials, and decision makers to exchange knowledge and experiences. Looking at the list of presentations planned for the next 2 days and the number of papers submitted to this conference, we could expect a lot of insights on how improved operations between two authorities could optimize state revenues and raise compliance. I'm grateful and I'm confident that this conference will have very meaningful and constructive discussions with the full support of Mr. Sudarto, Mr. Hau, Ms. Melinda Bronze, and some other experts from international organizations for being our speakers today. Sincerely convey my appreciations. Distinguished colleagues, the topic for today's session is strengthening operations between customs and tax authorities to optimize state revenue. And as we know that both custom and tax authorities have the mandates to collect revenue, so it is interesting to discuss what cooperation strategies could improve the effectivity and productivity of both institutions in managing import duties and also taxes. We could also learn what cooperation strategies are being implemented by each country, what best practices could be adopted according to the needs and circumstances of each country, as well as identify potential obstacles in their implementations to determine mitigation measures and strategic actions in overcoming these problems. In Indonesia, the cooperation between Director General of Custom and Excise and Director General of Taxes was actually initiated more than 2 decades ago, but only partially at the time. Dated back in 1997, the two authorities had released a joint decree to regulate the implementation of joint audit and exchange of information. Furthermore, as the growing awareness of mutual cooperation has been developed and in line with the spirit of reforms at the Ministry of Finance, in 2017, Ministry of Finance released 2 decrees upon tax reform program as well as custom and excise reform programs, which stated the need of a synergy between the two revenue generation bodies. A year later, in 2018, the ministerial decree of DigiTax and DigiCustom reform synergy program was released to provide a more solid legal framework for synergy. Nowadays, the synergy is growing stronger and expanding even more extensively, involving DigiCustom and excises, DigiTax, and DigiBudget for non-tax revenue units, and even involve the local governments in exploring the potential of state revenues. It consists of 7 types of programs. Those are joint analysis, joint audit, joint investigations, joint intelligence, joint collections, joint business process and information technology, and secondment. So the real effort between the parties involved in the synergy program will determine the success of this program in the future, including high commitments, governance arrangements, and data exchange. Thus, this event is expected to be a good opportunity for mutual sharing between WCO member countries regarding the success of the synergy program in their respective countries. I sincerely hope that today's conference will throw light on areas where custom and tax authorities will cooperate to generate higher revenue and provide better services to taxpayers, customs, and excise service users. Therefore, I wish you a very successful and fruitful conference for the next 2 days, and I look forward to seeing the outcome of our learning. Finally, with those remarks, I would like to conclude by wishing you good health and officially declare to open the International Conference on Custom and Tax Cooperation. Thank you for your attention. Good morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Andin Hadianto, for the enlightening speech. With all due respect, we welcome you to stay or leave the conference if you have other activities. And to give more encouragement to the participants, with all due respect, we would like to invite the Assistant to the Minister for Organization, Bureaucracy, Information and Technology Affairs to deliver the keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Sudarto.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm representing His Excellency Vice Minister of Finance, who supposed to give keynote speech in this morning event. And I'm sorry, I will not list all of attendance this morning, but I would like to say welcome to this international conference on custom and tax cooperation. Thank you for joining this event which we can meet although virtually, discuss and explore the ideas in enhancing custom and tax administration roles in as fiscal agent. I feel honored since the Indonesia Custom and Excise Training Center has been trusted to be one of the WCO regional training centers and already actively organized several seminars programs, conferences, and already actively related academic activities to enhance the capacity of custom administration officer in member countries. Ladies and gentlemen, custom and tax are the most powerful instrument to support the state budget in sustaining fiscal policy. As a revenue collector, the optimization of input is very essential to support, for example, investment in human capital, infrastructure, and the provision of services for citizens and businesses, as well as to set the right price incentives for sustainable private sector. From the current global perspective, COVID-19 has disrupted socio-economic situation and put pressure to the customers and tax revenue. However, government spending should not be lower, and it shifted to the priority sectors such as healthcare and social safety net to countermeasure the impact of the pandemic. The Indonesian government, with the support of from the parliament and other stakeholders, responded to that situation through the issuance of the Law Number 2, year 2020, in which allowed the government to deepen the budget deficit above 3% of the GDP and implement budget reallocation and refocusing to overcome the impact of pandemic as well as to support economic recovery at the same time. The slowing down of the economic activities due to the COVID were directly impacted the Indonesia revenue, with mostly derived from tax and custom. However, as part of fiscal instrument, custom and tax have been able to provide cushion and reduce economic tension through several initiatives, such as relaxation of income tax in the form of exemption and borne by the government, relaxation of sales tax on luxury goods and automotive, relaxation of VAT on property sector, incentive for small and medium enterprises, exemption of import duties for medical equipment as well as PCR test, medicine, and vaccine. The Indonesian government has spent around 5.4 billion US dollar to provide custom and tax incentive in the last year 2021. Despite the difference of political system, economic size, and demographic, I believe many governments around the world are conducting similar approach of providing tax relief package and incentive to support struggling businesses and encourage private sector growth. Ladies and gentlemen, regardless the challenging situation, the Indonesia Custom and Tax performance has shown a good performance. In 2021, tax and custom revenue recorded around 107.5 billion or 107% from the total target. Tax revenue was above the target for the first time since 2029. This achievement could not be separated from the government effort in managing the budget through precautionary principle and definitely as our topic today, also the collaboration between custom and tax administration. Indonesia has many practical experiences regarding cooperation between custom and tax administration. We have started the joint program, we call it intensively in 2015, which began with the common perception of top management in both custom authorities and tax administration in joint training. Furthermore, various joint programs involve both parties, such as joint analysis, as Pak Andin mentioned before, joint audit, exchange of strategic data, secondment activities, and others. The tangible result of the synergy between the two authorities significantly increased revenue and reinforced risk assessment, compliance management, and obviously improve the service to the taxpayer. Ladies and gentlemen, referring to the WTO guideline for strengthening cooperation between customer and tax administrator, there are two recommended ways which are cooperation benefit and opportunities and enable cooperation and exchange information. The overarching benefit of enhanced cooperation between custom and tech authorities are significant. There are obviously financial and efficiency gain, including an efficient collection of the duties and taxes legally to form this cooperation. Exchange of information and coordinated approach between the two authorities, leveraging synergies. On the other hand, open communication and continuous dialogue between custom and tech authorities are the basic building block for understanding each other's respective role, responsibilities, and complementarities. Customs should review and improve their strategy, process, and communication channel for enhancing cooperation with tax authorities in tackling several crimes, including tax evasion, organized transnational crimes, and money laundering. Based on those two recommended items, it is expected that good working cooperation and the effective exchange of information between the two authorities would make cross-border trade process more predictable and less burdensome for traders, fostering cross-border and economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, the fact that custom and tech authorities exist in various countries as per unit will pose a challenge in creating synergy between the two authorities. The collaboration developed between two authorities will strengthen risk management and compliance. Therefore, we must continuously enhance cooperation between the custom authorities and tax administration. Another challenge that we all should be aware is digitalization. COVID-19 pandemic already taught us about the acceleration of information technology, which must be responded prudently by custom and tax administration. The world has changed rapidly, and so does the bureaucracy. The utilization of technology and business process of custom and tax will create more efficiency, transparency, and data accuracy. Through the proper policy, it will not only lead to the effective collaboration between the two authorities within a country, but also cooperation among nations. The world is still recovering from the impact of the pandemic. Therefore, it is important for custom and tech administration to work together to support exit strategy policy in order to resolve scaling effect caused by the COVID-19. Today, I use G20 background just to remind all of us that this year Indonesia is the president of G20, and this background is the official background for the G20 presidency of Indonesia. Next, last but not least, climate change issue as a global challenge should become the next agenda to be resolved. Custom and tax administration must cooperate to establish proper policy to support sustaining green environment in the future. Some of the policy options are included but not limited to carbon import tariff, trade facilitation of low carbon energy technology, enforcement against emission permit trading irregularities, carbon tax, carbon pricing, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, in this precious moment, I would like to convey my biggest appreciation for all the writers that have participated in submitting their ideas regarding the importance of custom and tax cooperation. I noticed There are 20 papers from 3 countries and only 8 that has been selected for the conference. I'm very delighted and proud for the enthusiasm and thank you for your contribution. I hope this event will create a new perspective as well as solution for both custom and tax administration to enhance their business process and strengthen their role in fiscal policy alignment aligned with government program and priorities. Enjoy the conference and please stay healthy, stay safe, and always maintain the health protocol to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, Bapak Sudarto, for the amazing remarks. It's an honor to have you here today. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to brief you shortly about our today agenda. This morning, we will hear the discussions by our moderator and invited speakers. After that, we will have a break time. Then we will continue to have the presentations of selected submitted papers.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our special event. On this very first occasion, we will listen the presentation regarding strengthening cooperation between custom and tax authorities to optimize state revenue. So without further ado, let's invite our remarkable moderator, Head of Division of Training, Planning and Development, Indonesian Custom and Excise Education and Training Center, to introduce our guest speaker. Well, good morning, Bapak Yudi Darmanauli.
Good morning, Sylvie and Remy. You two look awesome in that outfit.
Okay, thank you, Bapak. Pak Yudi, I have a question. Why is the cooperation between custom and tax an important issue to consider?
Well, Jamie, today, due to COVID-19 pandemic, our governments need to take expansionary fiscal policy. It means expenditure is expanding, while revenue is shrinking. Government must do their best to make ends meet. One of the strategic measures taken by the government of Indonesia to boost revenue is the cooperation between the Directorate General of Tax and the Directorate General of Custom and Excise.
Okay, well, so I can conclude this is important issue ya Pak, for which of course must be understood not only by government official, but also by service users and all level of society. Well, Pak Yudi, from now on the floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you again to the International Conference on Custom and Tax Cooperation. This 2 days conference is organized proudly by the Indonesian Custom and Excise Training Center as one of the WCO Regional Training Center. I would like to welcome you. Earlier today, we had the privilege to hear the opening remarks from the Honorable Mr. Andin Hadianto, as well as the keynote speech from the Honorable Mr. Sudarto. Now, in this session, we will have the pleasure to hear and learn more about custom and tax cooperation. The theme of our session is strengthening cooperation between custom and tax authorities to optimize state revenue. In this session, we will have 3 presenters, namely Ms. Melinda Brown from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, Mr. Sudarto from the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, and Mr. Hao Wu from the World Customs Organization. Each presenter will have 30 minutes to deliver their presentation, and after that, we will have a 45 minutes Q&A session. Before we begin the presentation, please allow me to introduce our first presenter. Ms. Melinda Brown is currently working as a senior advisor at the Center for Tax Policy and Administration at the OECD. She is well known as an expert in transfer pricing with more than 20 years of experience dealing with all aspects of transfer pricing practice, policy, and law design. She has a remarkable contribution in the developing the transfer pricing guidance under the base erosion and profit shifting action of the OECD. She also played an indispensable role in the drafting of the UN Practical Manual on Transfer Pricing. I'm sure you are curious to know about the significance of transfer pricing in the dynamic of the cooperation between tax and custom authorities. With no more ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Ms. Melinda Brown. Hi, Melinda.
Hi, Pak Yudi. Selamat pagi. Good morning,
Selamat
everyone.
pagi. I heard you are currently in Jakarta.
Yes, that's right. I've just arrived.
How do you like the city?
Well, I'm still in quarantine right now, so I haven't seen very much other than my hotel room so far, but I'm very much looking forward to getting out into Jakarta later this week.
Oh, that's too bad. I hope your quarantine will over soon. Okay, Miss Melinda Brown, now the time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Yudi. Allow me perhaps to share my screen. Just bear with me one moment, and I hope this will work.
It worked perfectly.
Excellent. Is that still showing correctly?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, well, thank you very much for that introduction, Pak Yudi, and to the honourable speakers who came before me. This is indeed a very important and timely topic to be discussing. In my first session today, I wanted to focus on a particular aspect of cooperation between customs and tax, and that is the intersection between transfer pricing and customs valuation. These are areas which, on the surface of it, have a lot of similarities. Both have rules that are there to ensure that relationships between importer and exporter don't unduly influence the price and therefore the amount of customs duty or indeed the amount of profit that might be taxable under direct tax systems that are due. So on the surface of it, there are many, many similarities between the principles that underpin customs valuation and transfer pricing. Just to take a step back, for any of you who are not familiar with transfer pricing is the term that we use in tax to determine what the price should be for a transfer of goods or services or any other thing within a multinational group, so between two separate legal entities that are part of the same multinational enterprise group. So they may be brother or sister companies, or a parent to a subsidiary company, or any other relationship that may exist. While there are many of these similarities between customs valuation and transfer pricing, they are certainly not identical. And the differences between the rules and between the requirements of the two systems can create some difficulties both for government and for business. So this is yet another reason why strengthening cooperation between customs and tax is a really important aspect. It was already mentioned in one of the keynote discussions before this session as to why this is important. In addition to the additional pressures that we have seen as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the pressures that has put on government revenues, just as a general matter, over the last several decades, we have seen increasing globalization, increasing international trade, and particularly an increase in intra-group trade. So that is trade that crosses international borders but might involve two parties which are related to each other, which of course cause particular difficulties or can cause particular difficulties for both customs valuation and direct tax in the form of transfer pricing. Moreover, increasing digitalization in the same space creates particular difficulties because it becomes much more difficult for us to observe market prices or wholly independent prices for similar goods that might be transferred across international borders between wholly independent parties. We see as the world becomes more globalized, as digitalization increases, that the whole supply chain is becoming more integrated, is becoming more globalized, and therefore creates additional complexities when it comes to trying to determine a value at a particular point in that supply chain. It's already been mentioned how important both customs duties and related indirect taxes are to government revenues, as of course are direct taxes on corporate profits. One aspect that I also wanted to highlight is not only are these amounts important for the revenues that they produce, so that government can provide services to its citizenry and infrastructure and so forth. But there's another reason why ensuring contributions to government revenues by business is really an important area. Uh, Particularly when we're talking about contributions made by multinational enterprises, which are often amongst the biggest and most profitable firms in the world. It's really important that those firms are seen to contribute their fair share to government revenues, along with the rest of the population, along with ordinary employees, ordinary citizens in the country. Of course, where that's not the case, where it is perceived, rightly or wrongly, that big business is able to get away with tax avoidance or tax evasion, that is very detrimental to tax morale, to the feeling that the citizens have that the tax system is unfair, which means that they themselves will become less willing to voluntarily comply with their tax obligations. There will be a feeling that if business can get away with tax minimization schemes, then why shouldn't I? So it can have a knock-on effect on the willingness of individual citizens and smaller businesses to comply with the tax system as well. And related to that, it's also an important aspect to try to ensure, as far as possible, a level playing field between multinational enterprises and local business. So that's one of the aims of certainly the transfer pricing system, is to try to treat multinational business on an equal footing, on a level playing field, as wholly domestic business that may not have multinational or international relationships. So there's a number of related reasons why strengthening cooperation between tax and customs is very important. The last one that I'll mention is to reduce friction for business and trade, which should help to grow the world economy, create jobs, create investment, and improve the lives of citizenry. I mentioned at the beginning that there are so many similarities between customs valuation and transfer pricing, but the differences between them mean that sometimes business, even with the best of intentions, even business that is very willing to comply with their tax and customs obligations, can in a sense be caught in the middle between the two different sets of rules, which of course creates problems. To move on, then to take a step back a little bit and look at the context here. The issue around cooperation between customs and tax is one that has been on the international agenda for quite some time. But in the tax space, in the direct tax space, and indeed on VAT, there's been a lot of recent developments as a result of greater globalization and greater digitalization of the world economy. And you might notice that I talk here about digitalization of the economy and not the digital economy. And that's because, of course, we think that the entire economy is becoming increasingly digitalized. It's not really possible any longer to talk about the digital economy as if it was separate from the economy generally. These concerns around digitalization also go back more than about 10 years. And the concerns are that the direct tax system in particular has not kept pace with increasing digitalization. Of course, under traditional international tax concepts, which date back over 100 years, one of the primary tenets of that system is that a taxpayer that may be foreign based will only become a taxpayer in a jurisdiction if it has a certain presence within that jurisdiction. So you can imagine now with increasing digitalization, it's quite possible to sell a lot of goods or services over the internet into a country, but have no physical presence at all in that jurisdiction, which makes it extremely difficult, if not impossible, from a direct tax point of view, for the market jurisdiction to be able to tax the profits of that enterprise. May be able to impose a VAT or a customs duty where we're talking about physical goods being transferred, but certainly in terms of direct tax of the corporate profits, there may not be a taxpayer in the jurisdiction at all if there is no physical presence. So that's one of the problems with digitalization that digitalization has caused, certainly for the direct tax system. The other problems that I will mention, or the challenges for the direct tax system, have been an increasingly heavy reliance on intangibles, which might be brands, algorithms, all sorts of related aspects. And these are notoriously difficult to deal with, to value, to determine how pricing should be worked out. Moreover, intangibles can be legally transferred at the stroke of a pen. In other words, they can be transferred simply by contract, and they can also potentially be used in multiple places at once. So you can imagine an algorithm or a brand name could be used in many, many locations simultaneously around the world. So it becomes very difficult to determine where that intangible lies and where the value related to that intangible belongs. And the final aspect of digitalization, which has caused some real difficulties for the traditional international tax system, is the impact of user contributions and data. So our traditional international tax system and transfer pricing system, based on the arm's length principle, uses as a proxy for working out where value lies and where taxing rights should lie, looking at where value is created. And traditionally for that, we use as a proxy the production factors. So where is there a contribution of labor and capital, assets, and so forth. But with digitalization, where a significant amount of value may actually come from users who are not employees of the company itself, that becomes extremely challenging. How do we allocate that value, which doesn't come from the company, but rather from its users, who are not its customers, who are not its suppliers, but are somehow contributing value? If this is a concept that might be a little bit difficult to grasp, perhaps I can give you a very brief example. If you consider a company like YouTube or Facebook, YouTube or Facebook would be nothing at all without the contributions that users make, the uploads that individuals might make to YouTube channels or to Facebook pages. Without that content, there is really nothing there for anybody else to see. So where does the value of a YouTube or a Facebook come from? At least in part, it comes from the contributions of users themselves. So that's a very difficult concept for the traditional international direct tax system to deal with. As a response to these challenges, to these changes, to the increasing digitalization, we have, of course, seen reforms on the international standards for VAT on e-commerce. But at the same time, concerns around the suitability and the fitness for purpose of the direct tax system have led a number of countries to introduce digital services taxes and other similar sorts of measures, usually imposed on gross revenues rather than on net profits, as a way to try to address some of these concerns and some of these difficulties. However, many of those digital services taxes have created some serious trade tensions in the international community. Some governments consider them to be creating over-taxation, particularly because they're generally levied on gross revenues rather than net profits. And some countries also consider them to be discriminatory. So it has increased trade tensions quite significantly over the last few years. Partly in response to this, and also in response to the more general trends around digitalization, we we were able to achieve a breakthrough on the direct tax side on international tax in October last year, when we saw an agreement by 137 jurisdictions of what's called the Inclusive Framework on Base Erosion and Profit Shifting, which was mandated by the G20 for a new two-pillar international tax package. Now, I won't go into the details of the two pillars because it's quite complex and quite involved, but in a nutshell, this two-pillar package would include an allocation of an additional share of taxing rights on the largest and most profitable multinational enterprise groups to market jurisdictions, to jurisdictions where customers or users of the services that multinational enterprises might provide exist. And ensure also that all large multinational enterprises pay at least a minimum rate of corporate income tax, irrespective of where in the world they operate. So the rules and the details of how these rules would work are still being negotiated by members of the Inclusive Framework on Base Erosion and Profit Shifting as we speak. They're not yet, the rules are not yet in place, but there is a very ambitious timeframe to ensure that those rules will be in place by next year and can actually be implemented. So we've got now an overlay over the top of the existing international tax system of these additional new rules. To look a little bit more directly in terms of customs and tax, and going back to the theme that I started with, that certainly in terms of customs valuation and transfer pricing, we have a lot of similar concepts and yet some important differences. So the similar concepts, as I mentioned at the beginning, both systems are trying to ensure that the tax base or the dutiable base is not adversely affected by a relationship that might exist between the importer and the exporter. But of course, the tensions pull in opposite directions. For the direct tax authority, the concern, and indeed the legal basis for making any kind of adjustment, is typically around ensuring that the price paid for imported goods imported from a related party is not excessive or does not include inappropriate elements. Because, of course, remembering that import amounts are business expenses for the local taxpayer and therefore reduce the amount of net profits and therefore the amount of potential tax on that net profit. Whereas for customs valuation purposes, of course, the tension goes in the opposite direction. The concern and the legal basis is on ensuring that the value of imports is not underreported and that all appropriate elements are included in the customs valuation. So we've got these competing tensions between the two aspects. In terms of similarities, to look at some areas of detail first, before we take a step back and look at the bigger picture, there are many similarities, including in terms of the methodologies that are available to help us determine a market or an arm's length or an appropriate price or value for transfer pricing or customs valuation purposes. Now, of course, under the WTO customs valuation methodology, we would start with a transaction value. But if there are concerns that the relationship between the parties has influenced the price, there are a number of other methods that can be used or that are available for use to help us to determine the appropriate customs value. Now, if we look at the corollary in terms of the direct tax side of things, we have a number of transfer pricing methodologies that are set out in the OECD Transfer Pricing Guidelines and also in the UN Transfer Pricing Manual, some of which are very similar to those that are used for customs purposes. So, for instance, we may have a look, the most direct comparison would be between the price of identical or similar goods, as it might be termed under customs valuation, or comparable goods or services under the transfer pricing parlance. Very, very similar in concept. We look to similar or identical or comparable items being transacted in similar circumstances to try to determine what the correct price should be. We can also use build-up methods or deductive methods to determine a correct price in a similar sort of way. A key difference here, though, is that under direct tax, under transfer pricing, we have other methods that are also available. And you can see on the screen there, I have listed a number of profit methods, including the transactional net margin method and the profit split method, which are rather more flexible and rather more aggregated in terms of how they apply to help determine for transfer pricing purposes what that correct price ought to be. Now, there are no direct corollaries between those methods and WTO customs valuation methods. So where a taxpayer, where a company has used one of those profit methods, things start to get a little bit more difficult in terms of ensuring some sort of consistency between the transfer price and the customs valuation. The other aspect that's important to note here, I think, is that the transfer pricing methods, and indeed all of the guidance around transfer pricing, is set out, first of all, in domestic law and not in an international law instrument, such as the WTO Customs Valuation Agreement. So the transfer pricing international rules, as we might describe them, are guidelines, but they're only guidelines. They're typically not the law. We might regard them as soft law, which are often influential and may be referred to by courts in a jurisdiction to the extent that they align with the domestic law which they're supposed to illuminate. So necessarily, it means that we look to the domestic law concepts, which in each individual jurisdiction may vary slightly in terms of their requirements. So transfer pricing is often more flexible and less prescriptive, but it also is less consistent around the world. We have the guidelines which are intended to facilitate that consistency, but ultimately the job of the tax administration is to apply the specific requirements of the domestic law, which are not going to be identical in every country around the world. Looking then at some of the key differences between transfer pricing and customs valuation systems, we've discussed already that they are trying to address similar concepts, but the way that the two sets of rules work is really has some significant differences between them. I've mentioned already that typically transfer pricing is rather more flexible and tends to prioritize the specific facts and circumstances of any individual case. Typically, with transfer pricing, our comparison is between conditions of the controlled transactions rather than simply looking at the price of goods. So it's a very broad concept. It can look not only at price, but also at the conditions of the contract and related services that may be provided, related conditions that may attach to the transaction. And that can include anything from volume to extra services to limitations on the use of the goods or the intangibles. It can, of course, include not just goods, but also services, financial assets, intangibles, and any other transfer of value between the parties. So it's potentially extremely broad. In practice, although transfer pricing concepts are typically expressed transactionally, in practice, very often we rely on aggregates or annual calculations to work out ultimately the amount of tax that's due. So using the transfer pricing to work out the profit that comes from that. Whereas, of course, for customs, it's a much more transactionally based system. For tax as well, because of the way the tax system works, we simply have a tax return at the end of the tax year. And of course, audits may occur sometime after the close of the tax year, which means that not only do we use aggregates in most cases or in many cases, but an audit of transfer prices may occur sometime after the transaction has taken place. In some cases, it could be several years after the transaction has taken place, if there is an audit that occurs after year end. The other key difference that I wanted just to point out is that the transfer pricing guidance in most cases, in most countries, is much more flexible, is much less prescriptive and much less definite than the rules that apply under customs valuation. The customs valuation, if we just look back to methodology that we had on this previous slide, we have a hierarchical system for which method must be used under the WTO customs valuation methodology. Whereas under the transfer pricing methodologies, the requirement, at least under the OECD and UN guidance, is to apply the most appropriate method given the circumstances. So that means that we don't have to go through each of the methods in turn and consider whether the first one, the comparable uncontrolled price method, can be used before we consider whether another method can be used, and only use another method if the comparable uncontrolled price method is determined to be unsuitable. We can go straight to an evaluation of which is the most appropriate method given the circumstances. So that can also create some difficulties in terms of the comparison between the two systems. So it has been posed as a question by many commentators over many years as to whether it's possible to align these two systems, which after all do have similar aims. But because I think both systems are quite entrenched in domestic and international law, alignment is probably something that is frankly speaking, not possible. However, we can, of course, strengthen cooperation to smooth these differences, to minimize the friction that occurs between them. And I've listed on this slide a number of initiatives that have taken place over the last 10 or 15 years or so, where we have tried to do that, to strengthen that cooperation. It started back in 2006, 2007 with a number of joint conferences between the World Customs Organization and the OECD. The WCO Technical Committee on Customs Valuation had transfer pricing as a standing agenda item on their agenda for their meetings for quite some years, which resulted in a number of very useful instruments. We have a very, very useful practical guide issued by the WCO, and I commend the WCO for this initiative, the Guide to Customs Valuation and Transfer Pricing, which is an extremely good resource. And we also have held a number of joint workshops between the WCO and the OECD to help customs and tax administration officials to come to grips with the similarities and the differences between the two systems. In terms of what we can each do as individuals and as organizations in practical terms. So my advice for tax administrations would be to learn as much as possible about customs valuation requirements. And here I would once again commend the WCO Guide to Customs Valuation and Transfer Pricing. Perhaps we could consider staff exchanges and training opportunities to develop and to strengthen the links and the cooperation between the tax administration and the corresponding customs administration. Now, of course, depending on the individual country, that is going to be easier or more difficult, depending on whether customs and tax are both under the same ministry or not, whether there are requirements around sharing information. So it might be that you need to have a particular instrument, such as a formal memorandum of understanding, in order to share information with your colleagues in customs because of tax secrecy and confidentiality requirements. So it's not just a matter of necessarily being fully open with your customs colleagues if you don't have those mechanisms in place, depending on the system that exists in your country. But at where it is possible, and particularly where you have those mechanisms in place, you have a memorandum of understanding, or if you are in the same agency, in some countries, of course, tax and customs are administered together within the same agency. In those sorts of situations, it may even be possible to have a single large business team focusing on multinational enterprises that might be able to consider both tax and customs within the same team, so as to ensure that, that there is full cooperation between both sides. For business, if we look at the business side of things, business can also help themselves to reduce these frictions, for example, by making sure that your advisors on tax and your advisors on customs communicate with each other, and also by being transparent with both customs and tax administrations in terms of the requirements of both sides. So those sorts of things can very much help business. Where there might be advanced rulings or advanced pricing arrangements available for customs and tax respectively, those sorts of things may be very helpful for business, again, to reduce friction, and ensuring open lines of communication with both customs and tax administration, particularly where there might be post-importation adjustments on the transfer pricing side because of perhaps transfer pricing audit, or on the customs side, that can also be of assistance. In terms of customs administrations, I guess the advice here would be very similar really to the advice to tax administrations, to learn about the other side, to consider a closer relationship with your colleagues in the tax administration, and to strengthen the links and cooperation between customs and tax. Just to finish off, I've noted here, and I'm far from being a customs expert. I was saying to colleagues at the beginning of this session that I know enough about customs to get myself into trouble, but I will leave the detailed explanation of customs issues to customs experts. But I will note that the WCO has issued a number of instruments which are extremely helpful in this regard, including Commentary 23.1, which looks at an examination of the circumstances surrounding the sale and allows for the possible use of transfer pricing studies as part of that examination. So it opens the door for customs administrations to use information which may have been developed as part of a transfer pricing study in their examination of the circumstances surrounding the sale. And we also have a couple of case studies, which were also issued by the Technical Committee on Customs Valuation, which look at the use of those sorts of transfer pricing studies when examining a related party transaction. So again, a couple of very useful case studies there that I would certainly encourage you to look at if you find yourself in the situation where transfer pricing studies may be available and may provide a useful source of information for determining customs valuations. And I think that's about it for me for now. I will stop sharing my screen here and hand back to Pak Yudi. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda, for your enlightening presentation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to offer you some excerpts from Ms. Melinda Brown's presentation. Ms. Melinda Brown underscored the importance of contribution to the government revenue of both direct tax and custom duties as one of the arguments for cooperation between the two authorities. Interestingly, as Ms. Melinda Brown mentioned, there's a competing tension which pulls in the opposite direction between both authorities. In international level, the OECD and the WCO have initiated cooperation which includes joint conferences, FGDs, and workshops, as well as publication of the WCO Guide to Custom Valuation and Transfer Pricing. Ms. Melinda Brown also suggested to business to ensure custom and tax advisors to communicate with each other regarding respective needs of custom and tax authorities. And finally, for custom officers, Ms. Melinda Brown suggested that to develop and strengthen cooperation with counterpart in tax administration. Well, we will have a Q&A session later with all the presenters. But after all the three presenters deliver their presentation. So please keep your question later. Now let's move on to the next presenter. Our second presenter is Mr. Sudarto. He is currently working as the assistant to the Minister of Finance for Organization, Bureaucracy, and Information Technology. He has been with the Ministry of Finance for more than 30 years. Before his current position, he had several high-ranking positions within the Director General of Treasury, which include Director of Treasury System and Director of Treasury Transformation. Mr. Sudarto earned a bachelor degree in economics from the University of Indonesia in 1996. After that, he earned a master degree in business administration from the International University of Japan in 2001. Later, he earned a Doctor of Philosophy degree in economics from the University of New South Wales in 2008. Mr. Sudarto is indeed the mastermind behind the cooperation between the Directorate General of Tax and the Directorate General of Custom and Excise. I bet you are curious to know how these two institutions develop an imperative collaboration between them. Without any further delay, please welcome Mr. Sudarto. Selamat pagi, Pak Sudarto.
Pagi, Mas Yudi.
Sehat, Pak?
Alhamdulillah sehat.
How are you today? I hope you are well.
Very good, Pak. Very good.
Well, these days, more and more people get infected by the COVID-19. We even use our dormitory here for those who fell ill. Well, Pak Sudarto, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yudi. Thank you, everybody. And again, stay healthy, stay safe, stay well, yeah. Because now COVID-19 has increased, yeah, sharply during the last several days. Yeah. And I would like to show study case, yeah, in Indonesia case about how we strengthen the cooperation between tax administration and custom offices, and also other units, other DG, Director General within Ministry of Finance of Indonesia, which are responsible for managing non-tax revenue, because in fact they are dealing with the same taxpayers. Yeah. So in that sense, I don't know actually. I think we will able to learn each other, yeah, with all participants today, how we enhancing the cooperation, and the fact that during the pandemic COVID-19, yeah, we have to juggling, yeah, we have to do a lot of strategy. We have to improve our mechanism, yeah, to enhance our bureaucracy, to improve our services. At the same time, yeah, we have to maintain the compliance, and at the end, as part of the budget, state budget management, maintaining the revenue collection, so that we could, yeah, support the expenditure that obviously I believe it's the same for all countries, yeah, must be increased because of so many programs for like economic recovery and for supporting people because of affected by the COVID-19. Yeah. Okay, and why we did this because just to give you some overview. Indonesia is islandless countries. We have more than 15 million islands. Yeah. Tax administration has more than 46,000 staff across Indonesia. Tax office, tax administration has about 600 offices across Indonesia. For custom, it has I think around 16,000 staff across Indonesia. If we also consider the checkpoint of custom, yeah, I think it has around 800 offices across Indonesia, yeah, including the checkpoint, yeah. So with this background, cooperation, yeah, actually it is a default, yeah, cooperation between Director General of Taxes and Director General of Custom and Excise. It is, I think, this is by default. They must be cooperate, but considering wide range of process businesses, business processes, and as well as the vast areas of Indonesia, we have to orchestrating this cooperation. This is very important. At the same time, yeah, we also have Directorate General of Budget, Directorate General of Asset Management, Directorate General of Treasury within Ministry of Finance that are managing non-tax revenue, in which, in case of Indonesia, the portion, the contribution for revenue of state to the state budget is very significant as well. And obviously, at the end, they all are the same taxpayers. Yeah. The one that paying tax, the one that do export, import, or other custom and excise activities, and the one that pay royalties, for example, from the natural resources. Yeah, others is also taxpayers. Are also taxpayers. So I think this is very, very important. Yeah, to orchestrating cooperation between, especially between tax and custom and excise administration. Okay. Next. And as Pak Andin previously mentioned, yeah, we are starting this orchestration, yeah, since 2015. And next saja, yeah, next. Since 2015, and we start constructively, yeah, develop such kind of squad team, yeah, within Ministry of Finance to coordinate this cooperation. Obviously, and the main goal is to encourage economic growth by improving the credibility and effectiveness of the state budget and the efficiency of public services to enhance national competitiveness. In this case, actually, what we are always convey to tax administration and custom people, yeah, at least we have two. One is improve the services to the payer. It is very, very important. At the same time, we have to maintain the compliance, and at the end, with this cooperation, it will support, yeah, the optimization, the revenue optimization. Yeah. And within this cooperation, next slide, yeah, we do a lot of activities, many activities. Next, as Pak Andin mentioned, and as I said before, yeah, we do, for example, one is joint analysis, in which staff of custom and staff of tech office, staff of non-tech revenue units, yeah, they sit together and then carrying out data analysis, so that they are trying to find, yeah, is there any potential revenue, is there any like a fraud from the taxpayer, is there anything that can be done to enhance the services. It is very, very important, the end services. And if we find something, yeah, and this analysis, we will continue with joint audit if it needed, yeah. So we set up the team to do further analysis through, for example, joint audit. And then to some extent, because of difficulties in collecting revenue, we tax office and custom office, they work together to join collection, to collect the revenue from the same taxpayers. Yeah, as I said before, the same taxpayer doing business, they're doing export import. Within their business, many of them have to pay non-tax revenue as well. So I think this cooperation between tax office and custom office and non-tax revenue agency within Ministry of Finance and other line ministry within Indonesia government is very important. As I said before, I mentioned before, it will enhance the services, it will enhance the compliance, it will enhance the analysis of the businesses, so that at the end, yeah, will be improve the monitoring and evaluation to supervision, yeah, and hopefully it will optimize the revenue collection to support the state budget. Within the law, it was possible as well. We bring the taxpayer who are not cooperate under joint investigation. Yeah, under joint investigation. Because, for example, there fraud, there's to uncover tax, there is a crime there. And that sense, we not only work together, yeah, working together between tax and custom offices, but to some extent we work as well with like a police department or with other stakeholders, yeah, so that we maintain the compliance, yeah, and it's very good, yeah. I think this is very good example of cooperation, because at the end it involves other line ministry within the Indonesia government. And from the joint analysis as well, yeah, we do a lot of analysis how to improve the services, how to streamline the business processes, and the involvement of information technology is very, very, very important. So in this case, we do joint business process and information technology, because I have to acknowledge, yeah, within Ministry of Finance, yeah, tech offices previously they developed their own information technology. Custom and excise offices they developed their own information technology. Now, yeah, because of it is very possible with the development of information technology to interface at least, yeah, between those information technology to share the data, and at the end it really streamline the business processes and enhance the services to the stakeholder, especially the taxpayers. And to some extent, because under tax offices, tax management, there are intelligence unit. Under custom, there are also intelligence unit. Previously, they do their business respectively. So right now we also join their activities so that it will, of course, improve the performance of our intelligence unit. Other than the joint analysis, joint audit, joint collection, joint investigation, joint society, and joint intelligence, it is very important, very important to tax offices, Director General of Taxes and Director General of Customs Excise within Ministry of Finance. In fact, because of I said before, the background, we have more than 46 staff within Director General of Taxes, and more than 16,000 staff under Director General of Customs Excise. It is very important to do like a staff exchange among them. So we call the program is secondment. We exchange the staff. For example, last year we made I think close to like a 700 staff. Exchange between tax office and then custom and excise offices, as well as other non-tax revenue units within Ministry of Finance, to learn each other, to understand the business process, and then we set up the topics for them to be analyzed, and we ask them to give recommendation to improve the process businesses, to improve the services to taxpayer, to improve the information supporting information technology. I think this is a very good program. I think before Melinda mentioned about recommend tech officer to understand the business of custom. I would like to recommend this secondment program. This is very, very important, and I would like to recommend as well if there is exchange program between staff of custom under WCO program, WCO program, or under the program under WCO to exchange with tax officer among nation. This is very, very, very important. And, I think this is one of the very good program to make our staff learn each other, learn business processes, and obviously enhance the revenue collection. Next. And this is some achievement. I will not one by one, but at least we do a lot of things. Activities. We do a lot of activities since 2015. And 2016. And of course, the purpose is to enhance the services. It is very important to maintain the compliance of taxpayers, and at the end, it must be result in the revenue collection. Next saja. This is the the diagram of our cooperation. I will not explain in detail, but I will leave this presentation to all participants. Next. And this is really case in Indonesia, in which actually we able to enhance the services to taxpayer. For example, the documents previously we call it that we have like a data submitted by the taxpayer if they are doing export and import. Previously, the data is only the data for Directorate General of Customs, but now we treated those data as part of the tax clearance, or for example, like we call it for the tax document, tax data. So no need for the taxpayer who are doing export import to submit the same data to the Directorate General of Tax for the purpose of tax reporting. I think this is really like a cutting the process businesses, and it really appreciated by the taxpayer. So we do for export process business, import process business, for like the custom for excise, for example, for like tobacco, and for and this really help to streamline the process business and really appreciated by the taxpayer. So just one submit the data to the custom offices, and we share the data to the tax offices. So no need for taxpayer to submit the same data. This again, this is really case of Indonesia, and we would like to learn from other countries how to streamline the process business for export import and then for tax reporting, so that the taxpayer only submit one data, but could be shared by custom and then tax offices. It really enhanced the services, to maintain the compliance, and at the end, obviously, we could optimize the revenue, state revenue management. Next. Next. And then I think the same thing, yeah. For the we also, because of Indonesia, we also heavily, we very grateful because we are have a lot of natural resources, yeah. Many export are mostly supported by natural resources, yeah. And we do a lot of we do simplify our process businesses to support this export import and then tax reporting, for example, for coal, yeah. And then now we also extend not only for coal but for other minerals. Next. And a part of the secondment, as mentioned before, yeah, we assign, yeah, groups within secondment program, yeah, with the topics, and then we do like a competition, yeah, about which recommended is the best, yeah. And we following up with focus group discussion with all stakeholders, inviting all stakeholders, including the businesses and other line ministries. For example, last year we managed to do focus discussion. We did focus discussion for like a digital economy, and then one of mineral, nickel, as other natural resources is swiftness, yeah. It is very important for export for Indonesia, yeah. Specifically for digital economy, Melinda mentioned before as well. This is very challenging for tax office and custom, yeah, because of now increasing trade across border because of this digital economy. And the fact is, not only big businesses do this trade across border. Now we saw as well small and medium enterprises contribute a lot, yeah, significantly in doing trading across border. This is very important, and I believe, I suggest all of us do a lot of analysis trading across border, either big businesses for small enterprises, and including what Melinda Brown mentioned before about the transfer pricing. This is very important. Next. And next, because of the time, yeah. And next, I think this is about the, of course, within the process joint process business and information technology, data analytics become very important. Yeah. Now data is new mining. I think all of us understand about this one, and we do data analytics a lot to do within this corporation, yeah, we do a lot of data analytics. This is the one that we create kind of like a machine learning, yeah, to enhance our the way we analyze the businesses, the taxpayers, and also the compliance and other purposes. Yeah, I think I believe that this is not new things for all participants, but I would really encourage that by having the businesses going digital, bureaucracy also doing digital, I think moving toward machine learning is must, and this is new reality that tax administration and custom administration must be grabbed soon to enhance services, of course, compliance, and at the end the revenue collection. Next. And obviously, there's a lot of challenges and potential. I think this is a lesson learned that what we have done so far. Yeah. Of course, one important lesson learned is streamline business process. Yeah, interoperability between tax offices and custom offices process business is very important, supported by information technology. Yeah. And secondly, about the secondment, I think like staff exchange, learn each other is very important because what previously we understand that we really know what other side, a tax office or custom process business do. The fact is not really. So staff exchange or anything about learn each other is very important. And the last is data analytics. As I mentioned previously, data analytics become very important, and I think data analytics, machine learning is the future of our tax administration and custom offices. So thank you very much, Pak Yudi. I think that is lesson learned for in this case, cooperation between tax administration, custom and excise administration, as well as non-tax revenue unit within Ministry of Finance and other line ministries in Indonesia. Thank you very much, and we are very happy to discuss if you have a question after this presentation. Thank you, Pak Yudi. Back to you. You're still muted, Pak. You're still muted, Pak Yudi. If everybody could, anybody could help Pak Yudi, yeah, because his speaker is not work.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, Pak Yudi.
Terima kasih, Pak. Thank you for your presentation, Pak Sudarto. I find it really inspiring. I'm sure the audience will agree with me. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to summarize the presentation of Pak Sudarto. Pak Sudarto mentioned that the synergy between the Directorate General of Tax and the Directorate General of Customs and Excise has been evolving since 2015. He mentioned that aside from revenue targets, the cooperation also aims for better service and better compliance. He also revealed that the grand design of the synergy program, which include joint business program, joint intelligence, and secondment. Pak Sudarto also highlighted that by December 2021, the program successfully gained state revenue of more than 2 trillion rupiah. It's equal to 147 million US dollar. Lastly, Pak Sudarto elaborated that the importance of data analytics in the form of unified revenue account management to the success of the program. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know the audience are eager to go deeper into the presentation, yet we still have one more presenter. Now, allow me to introduce him to you all. Our last presenter is Mr. Hao Wu. He is currently working at the Research Unit Office of the Secretary General of the World Customs Organization. Before he joined the WCO, he served as a trade negotiator on the World Trade Facilitation negotiation. Earlier, he worked at the International Cooperation Department of the General Administration of China Customs. He has published an interesting book. It's called Trade Facilitation in the Multilateral Trading System. Mr. Hao Wu earned a master's degree in law from the Peking University. Earlier, he earned a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of International Business in Economics, also in China. Without delaying any longer, please welcome our last presenter for this session, Mr. Hao Wu. Good morning, Mr. Hao Wu.
Good morning, Yudi. Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's clear. I realize it's very, very early morning for you in Brussels.
It's very
What
early.
time is it now there?
It's almost 4:40 in the morning.
Wow, it's still quite dark, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still dark outside.
Well, thank you very much for your participation in this conference.
Yeah, actually,
Well,
it's my
Mr.
honor.
Hao Wu, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we just have the PPT? Can we see the PowerPoint, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, my colleagues. I'm Hao from the WCO. Today I'd like to share with you some of the WCO work on the cooperation between customer and the tax. So let's move on to the next slide. Next slide, please. Let's move back to the second slide. Can you just move back? Yes. Okay. Thanks. And in 2006, the WCO Council approved the guidelines for strengthening cooperation and exchange of information between customs and tax authorities at the national level. So next slide, please. That guideline becomes one of the WCO instruments and the toolkits for guiding the WCO member administrators to cooperate with tax authorities. And the first question, why customs and tax should cooperate? I think there are mainly two reasons for customs and tax to go hand in hand. The first reason comes from the needs for trade facilitation. As we all know that with the entry into force of the WTO trade facilitation agreement, there are huge needs from the traders in terms of documentation processing, simplify procedures and formalities, and transparency in terms of policy making and implementation. And both of the customs and tax authorities are involved in the trade facilitation tasks. So in this regard, the two authorities should cooperate. And another reason comes from the common challenges in front of customs and tax, because customs and tax have both have to deal with illicit financial flows, money laundering, and tax evasion, and these are the common challenges in front of us. There's no reason for us to not to cooperate with each other, and we have to note that custom tax cooperation has become one of the G20 agenda items, and the OECD has reported the tax transparency and exchange of information to the G20. So let's move on to the next slide. So next slide, yes. And what customs and tax can benefit from their cooperation? There are a lot of benefits. At least, a customs tax could together monitor traders' compliance in customs and tax matters, and they can identify risks in non-compliance, and they can also improve the efficiency in duty collection because customs and tax are both duty collectors, and they can also just strengthen their investigation efforts into the financial crimes. Next slide, please. And what are the opportunities for customs and tax to cooperate? I think the customs and tax, first of all, they can just share their data and match the data to examine the transaction authenticity and detect irregularity, especially when it comes to the misdeclaration and under invoicing. And also, customs and tax authorities could synergize their methodologies in the fields of customs valuation and transfer pricing. As Melinda introduced very well just now, and she made a very good comparison between customs valuation and transfer pricing. And for customs also is usually just concerned about the customs valuation, but for the tax authorities, they are more specialized in the transfer pricing, and sometimes they have the focus are just contradictory. For example, in terms of importation, customs wants the valuation or just pricing to be a little bit higher, and maybe sometimes the tax authorities want the pricing to be a little bit lower. So there should be just a coordination cooperation in between. And the customs tax could join efforts to monitor the cross-border frauds or offenses. And because customs is always just a border agency, but actually tax authorities could have their outreaches to the border issues. So at the borders they can just stand together and they can just work together. And also customs also has the mandates to on direct and indirect taxation, because customs collects the tariffs, collects the excise, and collects sometimes the VATs. And there should also be cooperation and coordination between customs and the tax. So next slide, please. And what enable the customs and tax to cooperate? I think the first and the most important enabler is political will. If there is a political will from the top notch, just management above customs and tax, it's easier for customs and tax authorities to cooperate. In many countries, customs and tax are separate authorities. So if they are common bosses, for example, the prime minister wants the two authorities to cooperate, it's easier because they have the mandate. And and in some countries, customs and tax are both internal agencies within the Ministry of Finance. So if the financial minister wants both of the customs and tax authorities to work together, it's also easier. And the second enabler, legal framework. This is a very important issue because customs and tax authorities are both law enforcers, and they should just enforce the law, and they should do what the law wants them to do. And if there are some legal regulations that require customs and tax to cooperate, that makes sense. And at least if there's a MOU between the customs and tax authorities, it paves the legal basis for the two authorities to cooperate. And the governance process and the resources are also important because it's about what kind of procedures the customs and tax cooperation could follow, and what resources the cooperation could obtain, and the cross-sectoral understanding. This is about the mutual understanding of the business of customs and tax. For example, customs officers sometimes need to know some business of the tax, and sometimes tax officers need to have some knowledge about the customs. If they have such kind of a mutual knowledge, it's easier for them to communicate with each other. And the data confidentiality and protection is also very important, because nowadays everybody is talking about data, and the data is very It's a very sensitive issue. And the corporations always cannot go without data sharing, but the data should be well protected. If the data is released to the third party very casually, it's of high risk for both of customs and tax authorities. And if the if the customs and tax authorities can standardize their message or communication, it's better for for the officers in regard to communicate with each other. They can just follow the standardized procedures. They don't need to just communicate case by case, and it avoids just a lot of efforts in terms of coordination. And information technology and data analytics and information system security management are the backup elements for the for the purpose of enhancing the cooperation and coordination between customs and tax. So next slide, please. And exchange of information, or we say just the EOI between customs and tax, it is the core of the cooperation between customs and tax. And what kind of information could be exchanged? We can just take a look at the types. The most important type is the data and documents. This kind of information usually comes from the transactions, by the traders or taxpayers, and customs and tax authorities can just obtain such kind of information from the declarations, from the traders or taxpayers. And also customs and tax can just share their or exchange in their enforcement related information or intelligence, because as I said just now, both of the authorities are law enforcers, so they have the resources and mandates to collect information and intelligence, so they can just exchange such kind of information. And also they can just exchange risk profiles and indicators. And also the fourth point is quite interesting, because between countries there are usually customs cooperation or tax cooperation, but it's seldom the case that for example, tax in country A can cooperate with customs in country B, or tax in country A or can cooperate with customs in country A could cooperate with tax in country B. It's just like sort of just a cross, and we can just think about some just bridging this kind of tax authorities in this country with customs authorities or that country to share their information if there are just a legal basis for such kind of cooperation. And also they can just exchange the information as regards the traders or just trading processes. These are very general. This is very general information, because customs and tax authorities are both managing the traders or taxpayers, so they have a lot of information as regards who is doing this kind of transaction. So they can just target the potential offenders in customs matters or just in tax matters. So they can just also think about and exchange information in this regard. So next slide, please. And EOI mechanisms. This is about how the information is exchanged. The most basic mechanism for exchange of information is just on the request. For example, customs requests information from the tax, and the tax agrees and provide information back to the customs. This is sort of a basic exchange of information. And if we are going to upgrade this kind of exchange of information, we also think about an automatic exchange, spontaneous exchange, and systematic exchange. Actually, there are no strict distinctions between automatic, spontaneous, systemic exchange. They are just about how massive the exchange of information could be. So if the systems of the two authorities are connected well, we can realize such kind of exchange of information. And if the two authorities trust each other well, they can also just open their databases to each other. So one authority can just have access to the others, databases. They don't need to request. They just get the information what that they want very easily, very just automatically. And they can also think about integrate their databases. For example, they can just build up just a common pool for the information, and they can just contribute the information to the pool. And if there's a need for obtaining the information, the authority can just get go directly to the pool and get the information. What we're going to highlight is that information should not be exchanged for the sake of exchange. Information should be well utilized and analyzed, and they should be useful for both of the custom and tax. So this is why we just highlight the point 7. There should be specialized custom tax data and analytics to feed in intelligent. So next slide, please. And besides the EOI, there could be a lot of joint activities between customs and tax. For example, they can just do some joint risk analysis. They can just do some joint investigations, joint identification of traders or measures. They can just take on the joint audits, and they can just take on the joint controls. And especially, there are a lot of AO programs within in the context of customs. Maybe with the customer can just welcome the tax to join the AO programs, so they can just have some common programs, to in which they can just work together, and also they can just take on some joint research or joint training or joint approach to approach on the policy matters, and they can just educate the taxpayers or traders together. And as the previous speakers mentioned just now, it's interesting that the two authorities can just segment their staff to each other, because if they just there's just exchange in terms of staff, they can just learn more knowledge about the how the customs operates and how the tax operates. It's better for the corporation. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. And as I said just now, so there should be legal. Let's move back to the slide just now, the MOU slide. Let's move back. Yes, thanks. And as I mentioned just now, the legal framework is quite important for the Customs Tax Corporation. So let's next slide, please. Next slide. Next one. Yes. So in many cases, and in many countries, customs and tax authorities have signed the MOU with each other. And if they are going to sign the MOU in between, there are some key principles for the MOUs. First of all, they have to identify the scope and areas of cooperation. For example, they have to identify the priorities for the cooperation, like fighting against fraud or just tax evasion, or just facilitating the trade, cross-border trade. And also they have to define well the mechanism of exchange of information. They can just set up their mechanism as just a EOI on request, or they can just set up automatic or spontaneous or systematic EOI. Also, the customs and tax authorities have to set up a timeline for the EOI, because timeline is quite important, and it's about the efficiency of the of the exchange of information. Maybe customer want to request information from the tax, it cannot wait for 1 month or half a year, so it could maybe 7 days, 1 week, or just half a month. That's enough. So the two authorities have to set up just timeline for the purpose of ensuring the efficiency. And confidentiality is also an important issue because the information or data should not be easily released to a third party without any monitoring. So they have to make sure that the information just only used for the purpose of for the original purposes, other than being released to the public. And if they are going to disclose the data or just information to third party, they have to define who can just get the information, for example, courts or just the police department, and by what kind of procedures the information could be disclosed. And the reciprocity is a quite important issue because it's about the balancing between the two authorities. Because providing information is quite burdensome. For example, if customs wants too much information from tax, maybe the tax officer will not be happy with that. So they have to set up balancing in between to make sure that they are not just causing burdens to each other. And also they have to just design the governance procedures and operational procedures for the cooperation between the two authorities. It would be desirable that there should be the SOP, the standards of procedures, so for all the officers to follow. And there have to be the liaison persons in both of the authorities, so they can just find out who is taking care of this kind of issue. And also some procedure elements are quite important. For example, commencement, duration, and amendments. So this is about the structure of the MOU and the most important elements of the MOU. The next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, and I have just introduced the WTO guidelines on the cooperation between customs and tax. And besides the customs tax cooperation, there are a lot of other instruments and tools developed by WTO, as we see from the slide before. Actually, we can move back to the slide before. And if you are interested, you can just take a look at the WTO website. All the instruments and tools are published on WTO website. So thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you for your interesting presentation, Mr. Hao Wu. I'm sure the WTO guidelines for custom and tax cooperation has helped many countries in developing such important cooperation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to offer you some takeouts from Mr. Hao Wu's presentation. First, Mr. Hao Wu highlighted common challenges to custom and tax administration, such as illicit financial flows, money laundering, and tax evasion as one of the arguments for cooperation. And similar to Ms. Brown, Mr. Hao Wu mentioned the synergy between custom and tax methodologies in the fields of custom valuation and transfer pricing as one of the opportunities for cooperation. I would like to remind us all that the first enabler for cooperation, as Mr. Hao Wu mentioned, is political will and executive commitment. Lastly, Mr. Hao Wu mentioned reciprocity as one of the indispensable ingredients in custom and excise and custom and tax MOU. It's quite interesting that all three presenters mentioned the importance of data and information exchange between the two authorities. We will now have a Q&A session. It's for about 45 minutes. I will require you to ask your question directly, or I can read your questions you submitted through chat room or Slido. If you ask your question directly, please don't forget to mention your name and your affiliation. And also, please mention to whom you direct your question. Now, let's have the first question. Well, now here's one question to Ms. Melinda. Indonesian custom laws regarding custom valuation intends to detect under invoicing value in customs declaration, and they don't pay attention to overpriced import goods, which is an indicator of transfer pricing. To maximize tax revenue, should we change the law, or is it enough to make MOU or joint team between custom and tax administration? This is a question to Ms. Melinda.
Thank you, Pak Yudi, and thank you for the question there. It's a very good question. I think actually in most countries, if you have transfer pricing provisions, you will already have two sets of law. One set of law for customs valuation and usually a separate law for direct taxes for transfer pricing. And typically, the domestic law for transfer pricing will require that the transfer price is calculated according to the arm's length principle. So the principle that the price for direct tax purposes, for transfer pricing purposes, should be calculated as if the parties were not related to each other, as if they were not part of the same group or under common control. So in other words, we might be looking for a market price or a fair value or any other of these sorts of similar analogous terms to try to come up with the correct price for transfer pricing and direct tax purposes. So in most countries, those domestic laws already exist. Certainly they exist already under Indonesian law. So there are two sets of laws that need to be complied with: the customs valuation provisions on the one hand and the transfer pricing laws on the other. The challenge for administrators, whether they be customs or tax administrators, is that the requirements of those laws differ from each other because they spring from different bases. One, of course, from the WTO agreement, and the other from a common understanding of what the arm's length principle requires, but one that is really only in soft law and guidance. So that the challenge for administrators and indeed for business is to reconcile those different bases of law, which can have different requirements. And that's where cooperation comes in and can assist. It may not always be possible to fully reconcile the two because they do come from different bases and have different requirements. But certainly strengthening cooperation should help a great deal. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Melinda. I hope that answered the question, Pak Cahyo. Here's a second question from Pak Wahyu Triwahyudi. Pak Imam Triwahyudi, are you going to ask your question directly? Okay. The question from Pak Imam Triwahyudi to Ms. Melinda: what is the impact of the two pillars package by the G20 OECD to the current digital services, tax, and other relevant similar measures or other issues such as nexus, permanent establishment definition? Will this be the end of profit shifting by digital platform company via tax havens? It's a question to you, Ms. Melinda.
Thank you again, and also a very, very good question, and one which we could probably discuss for at least the rest of today, if not the rest of this week. I will try to be brief in my answer, though, as I said, we could discuss this at some length. As part of the two-pillar package that was agreed not just by the G20, but by 137 jurisdictions involved in the inclusive framework on base erosion and profit shifting, part of that package of agreements was to not just put in place new measures that will increase the taxing rights available to market jurisdictions, but also, as part of that package, the agreement was that any jurisdiction that has already put in place digital services taxes or other relevant similar measures, is that those jurisdictions must withdraw those digital services taxes or other relevant similar measures within a certain defined time frame. So that's the quid pro quo, if you like. This is the replacement for digital services taxes or other relevant similar measures. So in short, those countries that want to get this new taxing right under the so-called Pillar 1 would have to remove their digital services taxes in order to be able to access its replacement. In terms of what the package means for nexus and permanent establishment and so on, the so-called Pillar 1, again, this is the allocation of additional taxing rights to market jurisdictions. This includes a new special purpose nexus concept. And it's special purpose because it only applies for this purpose. It doesn't apply for other tax purposes. It doesn't apply for VAT purposes and so on. We will continue to have traditional nexus for that, but only for the purpose of this new taxing right. There is a new special purpose nexus rule, which is based simply on the amount of sales, the amount of revenue that is sourced in a particular jurisdiction. So there is no requirement under this special purpose nexus to have physical presence in a particular country. It's enough to have users or sales in a particular country. And there are specific revenue sourcing rules that are intended to tie the revenue to the user who may not be the customer. So if you think about a company like Google or Facebook, their customers are the advertisers who may be anywhere. But what the revenue sourcing rules try to look at is where are the users who are the target of that advertising. So the person with the Facebook account, the person doing a Google search and so on, who would be exposed to that advertising. So the special purpose nexus rule tries to look through to the end user or the end customer. And if there is a certain amount of revenue that is associated with that end user or end customer, then the special purpose nexus rule would be triggered. And that jurisdiction would then have the right to this additional taxing right on the super profits, the biggest profits of the most profitable companies operating globally. So as I said, that's special purpose only for this so-called amount A under Pillar 1. And lastly, the last question, will this be the end of profit shifting by digital platform companies via tax havens? Certainly, I think that is the aim. The two-pillar package, I've talked a little bit about this Pillar 1, which is this reallocation of certain taxing rights to market jurisdictions. Pillar 2, which I haven't mentioned so much, is to ensure an effective minimum tax, an effective rate of corporate income tax for all large multinationals, irrespective of where they operate, including for those that may have presence in certain tax havens. And the rules are being quite carefully designed to have a series of interlocking mechanisms, which mean that even if a particular jurisdiction, a particular tax haven, for example, does not put in place in its domestic law a minimum tax, other countries where that multinational enterprise operates would still be able to ensure that at least a minimum effective rate of taxation is paid on all of the corporate profits of a multinational enterprise, including the corporate profits that might be left in a tax haven jurisdiction that doesn't itself incorporate these new requirements.
Thank you, Ms. Melinda. Well, now we have one audience with raised hand. Ms. Kartika Putri, time is yours.
All right. Thank you. Is my voice clear enough, sir?
Yes, quite clear.
Yeah. Okay. I'm Kartika Putri from the Universitas Brawijaya Indonesia. Thank you for the opportunity. Basically, I would say thank you for this event because actually, I do agree that today there is a need cooperations between the tax authorizations and also customs. It needs to increase the it needs to increase or support the tax challenge on digital economy, especially on a Pillar 1, like what Melinda said before, especially on the market jurisdictions issues. Well, actually, I have questions for the Bapak Sudarto and Bapak how yeah. For a second and third speaker. especially I want to ask about the enablers for customs and tax cooperations. That actually there is a cross and sectoral understanding between custom and tax cooperation, as we know that both those institutions has different cultures as well. So how to manage the cross sectoral understanding, because it will influence the standardizations of messaging and also the information and system security management. Is it clear enough, sir, for my questions?
I think it's clear enough.
Yeah, thank you.
So the question is for Pak Sudarto and Mr. Hawu, right? Okay, Pak Sudarto.
Okay, Pak Yudi ya, Bu Kartika, and I think there is one question as well ya, Pak Yudi ya, in the chat from Pak Agung from Canberra ya. I think the question is more or less the same as Bu Kartika question ya. Let me answer both ya. So one from Pak Agung ya. Can say that I think this is very good advice from Pak Agung ya. The things that for example like the enabler ya, the same as Bu Kartika mentioned. There's a lot of things that we have done ya to enhance the corporation. That's why we introduce so many enabler in the term of join, yeah, so many joins. For example, from joint analysis, joint investigation, and joint audit. And I think the one of the most important is joint process business processes and information technology. Yeah. And the last is a secondment. This is about the culture. Yeah. For the joint process businesses and information technology, meaning that now, as I think in our language, in bahasa ya, Bu Kartika, Pak Agung ya, one, for example, if the taxpayer do their export import, they submit previously the data for PIB documentnya, export declaration ya. Now we, for example, in our system, because of now we are using the same anchor, this NPWP, tax file number, tax file number, in which individual will replace with the NIK, national identity number, but right now we're still using tax file number or NPWP. The data in Digitex and the data in custom sharing the same identifier. This is in which tax file number, so that we can interoperate between among the system. Yeah. So when they submit export document or import document or related to like excise or custom information, yeah, the data first, based on regulation we set up, consider directly as the e-factor, as the tax document, tax data. So it really enhances services. So from the point of view of the taxpayer, obviously this will ease services given by tax offices and custom offices. No need to license tax office or custom when they do export import. Just submit the data to the custom offices, and if they directly submit the data for tax reporting. Again, as I said, I mentioned previously, previously tax office and custom office develop their own IT system. Actually, I am the chief of information officer within Ministry of Finance, so I am responsible as well to manage the interoperability between the system within Ministry of Finance. So we could manage it, and I think the data interoperability between a system among system within Ministry of Finance, including tax office, tax system and custom system is, I think, very good. Yeah, very good. There's no issue about the interoperability, and then exchanging the data between tax and custom. But it's not solve everything, because at the end, as Bu Kartika and Pak Agung mentioned about the culture, yeah, understanding cost sectoral. This is very, very important, and that's why we introduced secondment, yeah, one of them, yeah, secondment. So as I mentioned before, every year we have secondment program between we exchanging the staff from tax officer and custom officer. We exchange. So for example, like 3 months they are working in tax office, 3 months they are working in custom for and then but not only working, but we setting a group. Yeah, within a group there are tax officer, there are custom officer, and one like a supervisor. We are assigned as well like a topic that must be discussed, that must be analyzed, and then we really recommend they have to give like a recommendation for improving the business processes or ITs or other things. Yeah. So I think it's worked very well. It's not only that one. This is one. This is second one. Yeah, but still, of course, within Ministry of Finance, we are now have setting culture. Part of the human resources development, like not only asking, but there are also permanent transfer between tax administration and also custom administration. This is very, very important. Yeah. So we do a lot of things. Yeah. Of course, one is enabler in terms of information changing data. Supporting by information technology, we streamline the process business, and we do a lot of activities together, yeah, between tax and custom, and of course exchange staff temporarily or permanently, yeah. And however, the most important at the end is how the taxpayer see this policy. Yeah. Because at the end, the one that really get the benefit is must be taxpayers, and we do as well a lot of survey to taxpayer in the area that we already implement this kind of a joint process business information technology. We asking a lot of taxpayer, and they say they really appreciate. This is very important too. Actually, we are not finished all our program. Yeah. Still this year we will continue many program to streamline and join process businesses among taxpayer and custom, among tax administrative and custom administrative. This is still a lot of things we have to do. But again, at the end we are trying to do our best to enhance quality of services, to enhance the quality of compliance, yeah, and at the end, obviously, we really expect will improve the way we manage our state revenue, including from the tax or from the custom. Yeah. I hope this answer my question. The question from Bu Kartika and as well from Pak Agung. Yeah, really appreciate the question. It's very good question. But Pak Yudi, and all participants, because I have to attend another meetings, yeah, I will ask Pak Rudi from Custom Office. Yeah, he is part of the team in this joint team. Yeah, so if there is other question related to cooperation between tax and office, I will ask Pak Rudi to answer. Yeah, but I'm sorry, I have another meeting, Pak Yudi. Yeah. I will leave right now. Thank you, Pak Yudi. Hopefully answer the question.
Yes, thank you again, Pak Sudarto.
Okay, see you. Thank you very much. Have a good day and have the very, very, very good discussion.
Thank you. Thank you again, Pak Sudarto. Well, as I mentioned earlier, that Pak Sudarto highlighted that aside from the revenue target, the program also aims for better compliance and better service. And one, I think this question is also for Mr. Hawu. Yes, it's about issues about culture and organization. Time is yours.
Okay, thanks very much. I think it's a very good question. I think the question is about is still about the cross-sectoral understanding. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Yeah, and as for how to carry out the cross-sectoral understanding, maybe there are no standards because it's up to different countries and different administrations. And as we know that the situations in different countries, especially in terms of customs affairs and tax affairs, differ largely. And we don't have a one-size-fits-all solution for this kind of cross-sector understanding. But anyway, just like me, maybe I know something about the customs, but I don't have much knowledge about the tax issues, especially the transfer pricing. And maybe I can learn more knowledge from the Melinda. And anyway, I think essentially the question is about the capacity building and how to carry out the capacity building for the customs and tax authorities. And in WCO, we have a capacity building directorate, and we have a capacity building, lot of capacity building programs. And within the programs, we have different types of capacity building. For example, we can just have workshops. We can just maybe some countries can just host workshops for both of the customs officers and the tax officers. They can bring the officers together to exchange their expertise, and they can just have lessons from each other. And also, we can just have accreditation, the process, just like we just customs can accredit expert tax officers as customs officers experts, and vice versa. The tax officers can accredit the customs officers as tax experts. If just like the certificate, if after sort of a training, the customs officer can just have a certificate in terms of tax issues, and the tax officer can just have a certificate in terms of customs issues. In that regard, that show that they have such kind of expertise, just that across different areas, between customs and tax. And also, we can just have some joint, just just joint research, because research, I think research is quite important for the development of both of the authorities. And if they're just making for bringing the just the brilliance of the both of experts from both of the authorities, they can just just do some brainstorming, and after that they can just share their just wisdom together to better understand each other's business. So I think we can just move step by step from workshop to accreditation and then to joint research. This is normally just a capacity building to deliveries just take place. Maybe this is one of the just advice we can just provide. Thanks.
Okay, Bu Kartika, is it okay?
Yeah, thank you very much for the answers. Now I've got a clear information that actually procedure from Pak Sudarko is really running well. And also I do agree with Mr. Wu answers that it needs a capacity building. And if I can add one more suggestion, sir, that actually this program is really well, but it needs a clear regulations for this program. So that's why it can create a culture for this program, because it will include it to institutions. So I think the definition should be clear for this program, and the capacity building is really needs for the continuity of this program. And I have optimism that actually this program can be running well, and it can handle for the transfer pricing issues in the digital economy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Bu Kartika. We will have more questions as Pak Sudarto mentioned. You can ask question about his presentation, and it will be answered by Pak Rudi Rahmadi. Next question. Okay, we have here a question from Maria Johanna, and it's also to Miss Melinda. You have very many questions today. As we know that the custom valuation uses a calendar year, which is much different from tax audit, which use a different year. Usually use tax year, which can be several years past the calendar years. How can custom use the information in the transfer pricing documentation for custom valuation? Or is it the other way around, in which the custom valuation could be an important part to implement transfer pricing in tax audit? Okay, Ms. Mendes, time is yours.
Thank you for that question, and thank you, Pak Yudi, for reading it out. Look, I won't, I'm not a customs expert, so I won't attempt to be a customs expert, but I can certainly explain perhaps a little bit more clearly the interaction between transfer pricing studies or transfer pricing documentation and the relevance that that may have for customs valuation purposes. So typically a transfer pricing study or transfer pricing documentation will relate to all transactions or all transactions of a particular type, I should say, between related parties, between two related parties across a whole tax year. Now that tax year in some cases may be a calendar year, or it may be a different 12-month period, depending on the requirements of the domestic law and also whether the company itself is allowed to adopt a tax year which might differ from the standard tax year. But in any case, that transfer pricing study will typically, not always, but typically look at an aggregation of those similar transactions. So just to take a very simple example, if the transaction involves the importation of physical goods from a related party offshore, then it might be that the transfer pricing study looks at the net margin that is achieved on the ultimate sale of those goods to an unrelated party and compares that to a comparable set of transactions conducted by a party that is wholly domestic, that does not have any related parties and therefore does not have any transfer pricing concerns. And we would test the transfer pricing by reference to the net margin achieved on those transactions. Now, although that looks at an aggregated amount and it looks at testing the net profit amount, we can work back from that net profit amount to find the transfer price of the imported goods. It's a simple arithmetical calculation or accounting calculation to work back up from the net profit to work out what the import price, the transfer price in this case, ought to be. And you can do that on average, at least, across every transaction or of every importation, of every shipment that might have occurred during the course of that year. So it is possible to work back from a transfer pricing study that looks at an aggregated amount across a tax year and to work out from that what the import price or the transfer price should be, at least on an average basis. Now, I make that caveat, at least on an average basis, because of course, the requirements for transfer pricing are not necessarily that you have an individual transfer price for every single shipment, for every single transaction within a shipment, but rather most domestic laws will allow a taxpayer to aggregate to a certain degree certain transactions across a tax year. So that might mean that, for example, there are some differences between different shipments. It might mean that we also need to be careful when using a transfer pricing study for customs valuation purposes, because for transfer pricing, the importation might include things which are not dutiable. So for example, if the conditions in a particular transaction include things which are not dutiable. So for example, financial services. So if it includes the provision of financial accommodation, a short-term loan, for example, or the provision of credit, that may not be a dutiable element, but it's certainly a transfer of value which needs to be taken into account for transfer pricing purposes. And I think there was another question also in the chat that gets to this as well, about aligning transfer pricing and customs valuation amounts. It's a very laudable goal for us to cooperate with each other and to exchange information and to try to smooth the process as much as we can. But I think it is also something we need to bear in mind, that the requirements for customs valuation and the requirements for direct tax for transfer pricing are not identical. And it may well be that in spite of all the cooperation in the world, the correct answer for transfer pricing is not exactly the same as the correct answer for customs valuation, because they are testing different things, because they have different requirements. So that would be the caveat that I would put on this, on the answer to this question, that transfer pricing studies can be very useful for customs valuation. Even where they're aggregated, you should be able to disaggregate them to some degree to inform the customs inquiry as to whether the relationship between the parties has indeed influenced the price and influenced the value for customs purposes or not. But bear in mind that it may not always give you exactly the information that you require for the other set of rules.
Thank you. Now we move to the next question. It's from Mr. Dani Ramdhani, also to Ms. Melinda. You are indeed the star for today.
Either that, Pak Yudi, or my presentation was very unclear and it required a lot of further explanation. I hope it's I hope that it's rather sparked some additional interest rather than that. So the first question, in terms of being able to temporarily isolate a value because it may be subject to adjustments by either transfer pricing or customs. Certainly on the tax side, ordinarily you would not be putting in a tax return until the end of the year in any case. So in most cases, you will already have the customs valuation determined by then. It's more commonly the case that tax will lag behind customs because if there is because tax returns don't have to be submitted until sometime after the end of a tax year, because it's aggregated, and because typically if you're doing a transfer pricing audit, that will take place after the event. Now, there may or may not be provisions in the domestic law to have a temporary valuation, but certainly most tax laws around the world allow taxpayers to self-amend their assessment. So if they had put in a tax return and subsequently find as a result of a customs valuation check that they had made an error, or have had to revise the transfer price that has contributed to their tax return, in most countries there is a possibility to request an amendment to that tax return to realign the values and square things away once again. So that's certainly a possibility on the tax side. In terms of the second question there, the effectiveness of advanced pricing arrangements for customs purposes, one of the case studies that was produced by the Technical Committee on Customs Valuation, I think it was the first one, case study 14.1, actually examines a situation where there is an advanced pricing arrangement for transfer pricing in place. And that's the source of the transfer pricing study that is found to be useful for customs valuation purposes. Now, an advanced pricing arrangement is an arrangement between a taxpayer and either one or both tax administrations to determine in advance of certain transactions what the transfer price should be, or perhaps more accurately, how the transfer price should be calculated. It sets out a way of working out what the transfer price should be. And that case study found that that kind of information, particularly where you've got both tax administrations involved. In other words, the tax administration of both the exporter and the importer jurisdiction involved, and both of those tax administrations are comfortable with how the advance pricing arrangement has been concluded and the transfer prices that result from that advance pricing arrangement. That can be very useful information for customs valuation purposes. That is certainly the case in that case study, and I know that for a number of countries, including some in the Asia Pacific region, there is a specific mechanism for cooperation between customs administrations and tax administrations in cases where there are advanced pricing arrangements or advanced customs rulings in place to exchange information in real time ahead of the transactions actually taking place.
Well, thank you, Ms. Melinda. Any other question? We still have a few minutes left. Oh, here's another question. For both Mr. Hawu and Ms. Melinda, the rapidly increasing trend of online shopping, in particular, cross-border online shopping, has grown the marketplace as a new entity in international trading. The marketplace is domiciled as a significant entity between the buyer and the seller. Meanwhile, in general, countries' customs laws do not regulate the obligation and the enforcement of the marketplace. What can importer countries do through cooperation with taxes authority to increase marketplace compliance? I think for you first, Ms. Melinda.
Certainly, I can try to answer this, though I think maybe Mr. Howe may have more to say on this particular one than me. In terms of marketplaces, to the extent that they are themselves an intermediary, a true intermediary, so in other words, that they actually buy the product from the seller and then resell that product to the buyer. If that intermediary is not related to the buyer or the seller, then there may not be a transfer pricing issue here if it's wholly independent of both of those parties. In those sorts of situations, certainly the marketplace, to the extent that it is a taxpayer in a jurisdiction, you would expect it to be paying tax on its net profits that it makes, in accordance with the normal international tax provisions. Under the new rules that are currently being set out, the new two-pillar international tax package, to the extent that that marketplace would qualify for the new international tax package, because that package only applies to the biggest and most profitable multinational enterprises in the world. The marketplace may well also be subject to the new rules, whereby a portion of its residual profits may be reallocated, or the taxing rights on a portion of its residual profits may be reallocated to the market jurisdiction. I think perhaps the more common situation, though, with marketplaces is, rather than being a direct participant in the sale and resale of the goods, more often they are accorded a commission rather than being a direct participant. So in those sorts of situations, again, for direct tax purposes, they should be paying tax on the profits that they achieve as a result of taking those commissions. And certainly they would also be potentially subject to the new Amount A under Pillar 1, where they have residual profits and where those profits can be tied to the marketplaces where they operate.
Okay, it's your turn now, Mr. Hawu.
Okay, thanks. I think it's a very good question and a very interesting question. And I think Melinda has given a very professional just answers, and I'd like to try to add some comments to the questions. I think this question is essentially about e-commerce. I think it's e-commerce question. so far, e-commerce is just growing very fast, and there are a lot of challenges or difficulties, just posed to customs and tax, especially customs at the borders. And maybe we don't need to too much concern about the conception of the marketplace. Marketplace is just the place where the transactions take place, and it doesn't matter it's online or just offline, and it's just about importing for in the eyes of customs people. It's just sort of importation, and if we are looking at the importations, we have to distinguish some articles and goods. Articles is about just for self-use things, just like you just buy Christmas gifts from Amazon, and just a book from Amazon. It's for your own purpose, for your own use. So it's we don't take it as a commercial goods. So we don't, maybe sometimes we don't need to just pay tax or just pay tariffs to for this kind of articles. And also in many countries, there are sort of a de minimis, standards for this. In some countries, maybe say it's 200 euros or $200. In some countries, it's lower, or maybe in some countries higher. Anyway, if the articles, the value of articles, actually, if the value of the articles is below the de minimis, and we don't customers usually do not impose tariffs on these kind of articles. But besides that, we just take most of the importation as goods, and in many cases, some goods are just disseminated, in separate parcels, and this is a very high risk of just smuggling. Customs are responsible for investigating into this kind of some other cases, and the marketplace is especially online marketplace, just a platform to allow transactions to take place. And in this regard, customs is cooperating with a lot of agencies, including the tax authorities, as well as a lot of maybe just market monitoring agencies to just to collect the data. And if the data is shared between the agencies, especially the tax and the customs authorities, we can just target where the non-compliance could be. So this is one of the methodologies the customs authorities are using. So I think for the online transactions, we have to better cooperate. I mean, customs authorities have to better, to cooperate with tax authorities as well as other governmental agencies, and by the use of data to ensure the compliance of the traders. Maybe this is something I can just think about. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Well, I believe we had a lively discussion today. Unfortunately, we have a very limited time for question and answer. Thank you again, Ms. Nalinda Brown, Mr. Sudarto, and Mr. Hawu. From our discussion today, I find that transfer pricing is a big challenge, but it's also an interesting topic for discussion. Before we close this session, I would like to invite the audience to attend another session tomorrow, which will bring up the theme of enhancing the exchanging information between Customs and Tax Authority to improve compliance. So today we talk about revenue, and tomorrow we talk about improving compliance. We finally come to the end of our presentation. I would like to say thanks again to the presenters for the informative and interesting talk, and also to the audience for an active and lively participation. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to you, Sylvie and Zeni.
Thank you, Pak Yudi, for having great and exciting discussions with all speakers and our participants today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have 1 hour break before we continue our next agenda. While having a break, let's get to know more about Indonesia by watching Indonesian traditional dance. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy.
Hai Sobat Wisata, kinerja pariwisata Indonesia terus bergerak maju. Dalam 5 tahun terakhir, pencapaian Kementerian Pariwisata diakui secara nasional maupun global. Peringkat Indonesia di Travel and Tourism Competitiveness Index yang dirilis oleh World Economic Forum melesat. Peringkat 70 di tahun 2013 menjadi 40 di tahun 2019 adalah sebuah angka pencapaian yang menjadikan Indonesia semakin layak diperhitungkan. Menurut data World Travel and Tourism Council, pertumbuhan pariwisata Indonesia semakin diapresiasi. Indonesia berada di peringkat ke-9 pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di dunia. Peringkat ketiga, pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di Asia, dan peringkat pertama, pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di Asia Tenggara. Pertumbuhan kunjungan wisatawan Indonesia terus meningkat mencapai 12,58% di level nasional, 7,4% di level ASEAN, dan 5,6% di level global. Rata-rata pertumbuhan tahunan jumlah wisatawan mancanegara mengalami peningkatan dari 9% di periode 2009 hingga 2013 menjadi 14% pada periode 2014 hingga 2018. Selain itu, Badan Pusat Statistik merilis absolute growth pertumbuhan wisatawan mancanegara di Indonesia di periode 2014 hingga 2018 mencapai 67,6%. Branding Wonderful Indonesia semakin mendunia dengan banyaknya penghargaan yang diberikan dari berbagai negara di dunia. Tahun 2019, industri pariwisata diproyeksikan menyumbangkan devisa terbesar di Indonesia dengan target 20 miliar dolar Amerika Serikat. Selama 5 tahun terakhir, telah ditetapkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas oleh Presiden Republik Indonesia. Di tahun 2019, ditetapkan pula 5 destinasi super prioritas: Danau Toba, Mandalika, Borobudur, Labuan Bajo, dan Likupang. Dan masih ada lagi 5 destinasi pariwisata unggulan. Dampak nyata majunya pengembangan pariwisata Indonesia adalah meningkatnya pendapatan asli daerah atau PAD secara signifikan di berbagai destinasi pariwisata yang ada di Indonesia seperti Samosir, Banyuwangi, dan Manggarai Barat. Seluruh pencapaian pariwisata ini merujuk pada Nawacita sebagai visi dan misi pemerintahan Presiden Jokowi dan Wakil Presiden Yusuf Kala. Border tourism menjadi salah satu senjata pamungkas Kementerian Pariwisata untuk merebut target wisatawan mancanegara. Data pos lintas batas menunjukkan jumlah wisman per tahun 2018 naik signifikan menjadi 2.718.466 dengan jumlah cross-border event yang selalu mengalami kenaikan. 74 event di tahun 2016, 80 event di tahun 2017, dan 98 event di tahun 2018. Pengembangan sumber daya manusia, masyarakat, dan industri pariwisata merupakan kunci pengembangan industri kelembagaan. Pengembangan sumber daya manusia melalui pelatihan dasar kepariwisataan bagi mahasiswa dan guru bertujuan kesadaran dan kepekaan tentang kepariwisataan sehingga mampu meningkatkan ekonomi dan perkembangan industri pariwisata. Pengembangan masyarakat diwujudkan melalui gerakan sadar wisata, peningkatan kapasitas usaha kecil masyarakat, serta pengembangan desa wisata melalui pendampingan. Gerakan sadar wisata telah ditetapkan di 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dengan tujuan untuk meningkatkan ekonomi masyarakat seperti bagaimana menyambut wisatawan dengan prima serta bagaimana menjaga kebersihan area destinasi pariwisata. Peningkatan kapasitas usaha kecil masyarakat dilaksanakan guna mengajak masyarakat untuk aktif mengembangkan produk dan usaha kecil masyarakat di 10 destinasi wisata prioritas melalui berbagai pelatihan seperti pemandu wisata, homestay, kuliner, cindramata, dan lain-lain. 100 Wonderful Events digelar di seluruh Indonesia. Kementerian Pariwisata telah melakukan publikasi media ruang dengan memperkenalkan 10 destinasi branding seperti Medan, Kepulauan Riau, Jakarta, Bandung, Joglosemar, Banyuwangi, Bali, Lombok, Makassar, Coral Wonders, Bunaken, Wakatobi, dan Raja Ampat. Publikasi Wonderful Indonesia juga dilakukan di beberapa negara pasar utama seperti Tiongkok, India, Inggris, Jerman, Perancis, Belanda, Timur Tengah, Korea Selatan, dan Amerika yang telah dilakukan sejak tahun 2015. Pemasangan publikasi media ruang ditujukan untuk meningkatkan brand awareness Wonderful Indonesia di level internasional. Situs resmi pemasaran Kementerian Pariwisata adalah indonesia.travel yang dilengkapi dengan menu yang mengakomodasi customer journey yang dimulai dari dreaming, planning, booking, experiencing, and sharing. Mulai dari pre-travel, travel, hingga post-travel. Sejak tahun 2015 hingga tahun 2019, Kementerian Pariwisata berhasil memfasilitasi industri pariwisata untuk bertemu dengan calon-calon konsumen dengan memperkenalkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dan menjual paket-paket pariwisata menarik melalui pameran pariwisata internasional dan tentunya misi penjualan. Kementerian Pariwisata juga mengimplementasikan program Tourism Hub yang diharapkan dapat mendatangkan wisman dari pasar non-ASEAN countries, Australia, dan juga Selandia Baru yang berada di Singapura dan Malaysia untuk ditarik ke destinasi Batam Bintan melalui harga paket Hot Deals. Selain mengembangkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dan 5 destinasi super prioritas, Kementerian Pariwisata juga mengembangkan investasi di sektor pariwisata. Investasi sektor pariwisata ini difokuskan dalam pengembangan unsur atraksi, aksesibilitas, amenitas di destinasi pariwisata. Selama 5 tahun terakhir, total investasi sektor pariwisata mencapai 6,5 miliar US dollar, terdiri dari 4,7 miliar US dollar penanaman modal asing atau PMA dan 1,8 miliar US dollar untuk penanaman modal dalam negeri atau PMDN. Untuk meningkatkan investasi dan mengoptimalisasi kegiatan industri pariwisata sehingga mampu menarik investor untuk berinvestasi, maka dikembangkanlah pembangunan kawasan ekonomi khusus atau KEK pariwisata. Sejauh ini, 8 KEK pariwisata yang dikembangkan oleh Kementerian Pariwisata antara lain Tanjung Lesung, Mandalika, Tanjung Kelayang, Morotai, Singasari, Likupang, Tanjung Gunung, dan Sungai Liat. Kementerian Pariwisata terus meningkatkan kinerja dari tahun ke tahun demi tercapainya Indonesia menjadi negara tujuan pariwisata kelas dunia. Salam pesona Indonesia.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Oh, yeah. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Oh, yeah.
Waktu berjalan capek, sadonyo terlewatkan, banyak kenangan indah tainge. Waktu menjelajahi di bukit tinggi, pemandangan alam yang rancak, tagaknya tugu-tugu peninggalan sejarah. Alam ngarai siano, maimbo-imbo gitu, merasakan saduanya udaro. Benang warna-warni, helai demi helai di tangan. Terjadilah ken songket yang indah. Indah lupa barui, merasakan masakan lama, randang padam. Tiap daerah banyak cerita indah, mengundang wisatawan balik lagi ke situ untuk di kanan.
It tastes delicious, rich, spicy, and authentic.
Ini adalah waktu kita untuk mengerti jarak. Ini juga waktu kita untuk bersabar, menahan rindu. Rindu pada Jogja dengan segala ceritanya, ketekunannya, perjalanannya, menjelajahi makna Candi Prambanan, hingga menemukan titik tengah kota. Kokohnya tugu Jogja di antara keramaian. Bersabar sekarang, biar besok bisa rasakan lagi magisnya momen saat di Jogja. Di saat kamu bersabar menahan rindu dengan menunggu, di sini Jogja akan selalu menunggu.
Menapaki kisah-kisah klasik yang terukir pada relief Candi Borobudur, membawa kita menarik garis waktu, mempelajari dan memaknai setiap nafas kehidupan. Waluku, tradisi masyarakat turun-menurun mengajarkan bahwa segala yang tumbuh dan hidup pasti membawa manfaat. Siapa yang menanam, dia yang akan menuai. Berkah tanah nan subur menjadi sumber kesejahteraan masyarakat setempat. Journey of the Stone. Tuhan Sang Maha Pencipta menciptakan semesta raya sebagai sarana kehidupan dan penghidupan. Berdialog dengan alam membuat jiwa saling terhubung, hingga rangkaian kata mampu mengalunkan doa bagi kebaikan bersama. Skilled hand. Setiap karya yang dibuat dengan hati selalu mampu memancarkan rona jiwa yang tersampaikan tanpa kata bagi para pencinta. Walking with the Star. Saatnya kita menjelajahi alam untuk memahami keindahan dari segala rupa. Membaca pesan alam dari langit, tanah, dan udara. Tropical Floral Wonderland. Mari belajar dari hal-hal sederhana agar mampu menjalani kehidupan dengan sebaik-baiknya, di mana manusia menjadi bagian dari alam semesta. Sudana Manohara. Kisah cinta dalam legenda selalu membawa harapan dan keyakinan untuk masa depan indah bagi dua insan yang sedang jatuh cinta. Percaya bahwa kebersamaan akan menciptakan kebahagiaan. Music Rhyme. Harmonisasi nada penuh makna mengalun dalam jiwa, mengajarkan hati untuk selalu berbaik sangka. Body and Soul. Keseimbangan hidup membawa kita pada satu tujuan. Hati yang bersih dan jiwa yang ikhlas menerima segala yang telah diberikan Tuhan. Karena sejatinya manusia, hewan dan tumbuhan saling membutuhkan hingga mampu hidup damai berdampingan. Jataka. Mari bersama membawa ingatan masa kecil yang penuh dengan warna-warni, serta dongeng-dongeng indah tentang dunia. menghadirkan tawa dan keceriaan alami dari wajah-wajah kecil penuh kebahagiaan. Maka sampailah kita pada satu kesatuan yang nyata, di mana harmonisasi alami membias megah dari balik cakrawala di Borobudur.
Hai Sobat Wisata, kinerja pariwisata Indonesia terus bergerak maju. Dalam 5 tahun terakhir, pencapaian Kementerian Pariwisata diakui secara nasional maupun global. Peringkat Indonesia di Travel and Tourism Competitiveness Index yang dirilis oleh World Economic Forum melesat. Peringkat 70 di tahun 2013 menjadi 40 di tahun 2019 adalah sebuah angka pencapaian yang menjadikan Indonesia semakin layak diperhitungkan. Menurut data World Travel and Tourism Council, pertumbuhan pariwisata Indonesia semakin diapresiasi. Indonesia berada di peringkat ke-9 pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di dunia. Peringkat ketiga, pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di Asia, dan peringkat pertama, pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di Asia Tenggara. Pertumbuhan kunjungan wisatawan Indonesia terus meningkat mencapai 12,58% di level nasional, 7,4% di level ASEAN, dan 5,6% di level global. Rata-rata pertumbuhan tahunan jumlah wisatawan mancanegara mengalami peningkatan dari 9% di periode 2009 hingga 2013 menjadi 14% pada periode 2014 hingga 2018. Selain itu, Badan Pusat Statistik merilis absolute growth pertumbuhan wisatawan mancanegara di Indonesia di periode 2014 hingga 2018 mencapai 67,6%. Branding Wonderful Indonesia semakin mendunia dengan banyaknya penghargaan yang diberikan dari berbagai negara di dunia. Tahun 2019, industri pariwisata diproyeksikan menyumbangkan devisa terbesar di Indonesia dengan target 20 miliar dolar Amerika Serikat. Selama 5 tahun terakhir, telah ditetapkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas oleh Presiden Republik Indonesia. Di tahun 2019, ditetapkan pula 5 destinasi super prioritas: Danau Toba, Mandalika, Borobudur, Labuan Bajo, dan Likupang. Dan masih ada lagi 5 destinasi pariwisata unggulan. Dampak nyata majunya pengembangan pariwisata Indonesia adalah meningkatnya pendapatan asli daerah atau PAD secara signifikan di berbagai destinasi pariwisata yang ada di Indonesia seperti Samosir, Banyuwangi, dan Manggarai Barat. Seluruh pencapaian pariwisata ini merujuk pada nawacita sebagai visi dan misi pemerintahan Presiden Jokowi dan Wakil Presiden Yusuf Kala. Border tourism menjadi salah satu senjata pamungkas Kementerian Pariwisata untuk merebut target wisatawan mancanegara. Data pos lintas batas menunjukkan jumlah wisman per tahun 2018 naik signifikan menjadi 2.718.466 dengan jumlah cross-border event yang selalu mengalami kenaikan. 74 event di tahun 2016, 80 event di tahun 2017, dan 98 event di tahun 2018. Pengembangan sumber daya manusia, masyarakat, dan industri pariwisata merupakan kunci pengembangan industri kelembagaan. Pengembangan sumber daya manusia melalui pelatihan dasar kepariwisataan bagi mahasiswa dan guru bertujuan untuk meningkatkan kesadaran dan kepekaan tentang kepariwisataan sehingga mampu meningkatkan ekonomi dan perkembangan industri pariwisata. Pengembangan masyarakat diwujudkan melalui gerakan sadar wisata, peningkatan kapasitas usaha kecil masyarakat, serta pengembangan desa wisata melalui pendampingan. Gerakan sadar wisata telah ditetapkan di 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dengan tujuan untuk meningkatkan ekonomi masyarakat seperti bagaimana menyambut wisatawan dengan prima serta bagaimana menjaga kebersihan area destinasi pariwisata. Peningkatan kapasitas usaha kecil masyarakat dilaksanakan guna mengajak masyarakat untuk aktif mengembangkan produk dan usaha kecil masyarakat di 10 destinasi wisata prioritas melalui berbagai pelatihan seperti pemandu wisata, homestay, kuliner, cindramata, dan lain-lain. 100 wonderful events digelar di seluruh Indonesia. Kementerian Pariwisata telah melakukan publikasi media ruang dengan memperkenalkan 10 destinasi branding seperti Medan, Kepulauan Riau, Jakarta, Bandung, Joglosmar, Banyuwangi, Bali, Lombok, Makassar, Coral Wonders, Bunaken, Wakatobi, dan Raja Ampat. Publikasi Wonderful Indonesia juga dilakukan di beberapa negara pasar utama seperti Tiongkok, India, Inggris, Jerman, Perancis, Belanda, Timur Tengah, Korea Selatan, dan Amerika yang telah dilakukan sejak tahun 2015. Pemasangan publikasi media ruang ditujukan untuk meningkatkan brand awareness Wonderful Indonesia di level internasional. Situs resmi pemasaran Kementerian Pariwisata adalah indonesia.travel yang dilengkapi dengan menu yang mengakomodasi customer journey yang dimulai dari dreaming, planning, booking, experiencing, and sharing. Mulai dari pre-travel, travel, hingga post-travel. Sejak tahun 2015 hingga tahun 2019, Kementerian Pariwisata berhasil memfasilitasi industri pariwisata untuk bertemu dengan calon-calon konsumen dengan memperkenalkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dan menjual paket-paket pariwisata menarik melalui pameran pariwisata internasional dan tentunya misi penjualan. Kementerian Pariwisata juga mengimplementasikan program Tourism Hub yang diharapkan dapat mendatangkan wisman dari pasar non-ASEAN countries, Australia, dan juga Selandia Baru yang berada di Singapura dan Malaysia untuk ditarik ke destinasi Batam Bintan melalui harga paket Hot Deals. Selain mengembangkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dan 5 destinasi super prioritas, Kementerian Pariwisata juga mengembangkan investasi di sektor pariwisata. Investasi sektor pariwisata ini difokuskan dalam pengembangan unsur atraksi, aksesibilitas, amenitas di destinasi pariwisata. Selama 5 tahun terakhir, total investasi sektor pariwisata mencapai 6,5 miliar US dollar, terdiri dari 4,7 miliar US dollar penanaman modal asing atau PMA dan 1,8 miliar US dollar untuk penanaman modal dalam negeri atau PMDN. Untuk meningkatkan investasi dan mengoptimalisasi kegiatan industri pariwisata sehingga mampu menarik investor untuk berinvestasi, maka dikembangkanlah pembangunan kawasan ekonomi khusus atau KEK pariwisata. Sejauh ini, 8 KEK pariwisata yang dikembangkan oleh Kementerian Pariwisata antara lain Tanjung Lesung, Mandalika, Tanjung Kelayang, Morotai, Singasari, Likupang, Tanjung Gunung, dan Sungai Liat. Kementerian Pariwisata terus meningkatkan kinerja dari tahun ke tahun demi tercapainya Indonesia menjadi negara tujuan pariwisata kelas dunia. Salam pesona Indonesia.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With 1,000,000 timeless treasures, with an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru gunungnya berbeda, berbeda bagaimana pur di Samantara, bagaimana pur di Samantara. Katamu lawanlah Adinda, Adinda iman di dadara, sama layang iman di dadara, sama layang.
Soleram, 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 anak yang manis, janganlah dicium, sayang kalau dicium merah pipinya. Kampunan jauh di mata, kunwasan sebaku biliang, takkan aja kawan-kawan lama, sangke basuh yang surya.
Indonesia dengan ini menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia. Hal-hal yang mengenai pemindahan kekuasaan dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara yang sama dan dalam tempo yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Jakarta, 17 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno, Hatta.
Welcome to the Indonesian Customs and Excise Training Center, located at the Directorate General Customs and Excise Headquarters Complex in Rawamangun, East Jakarta. It was established in 1966, aiming to provide world-class quality training within the fields of customs and excise. Indonesian Customs and Excise Training Center is a part of Finance Education and Training Agency under the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia and headed by a director. With its 14 best trainers who are highly qualified and well-respected specialists in their field. The Indonesian Customs and Excise Training Center has officially become the regional training center for the Asia-Pacific region after being endorsed by the head of customs administrations in the Asia-Pacific region at 21st WCO AP Regional Head of Customs Administration Conference on November 12, 2020. The commencement was marked with the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding between the World Customs Organization and the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia on January 29, 2021. We organize customs and excise courses in a various number of specialized fields through the annual scheduled training programs and other additional courses to meet the training needs that arise every year. We also adopt diverse strategies to promote digital learning activities that result in the massive open online courses such as e-learning, distance learning, webinar, and talk show. The building features training facilities that consist of administrative offices for the Customs Training Department, a 100-seat auditorium for trainings and large group meetings, 19 classrooms, each with the capacity of 30 students, training lab with the equipment for simulation training, mock container examination, 3 dormitories with 70 rooms, digital learning room, computer laboratory, mini office, library, lounge, studio, main hall, dining room, fitness center, entertainment room, stadium, swimming pool, tennis court. Now we are more than ready to be the best place to respond to officers' training needs, to forge links with neighboring countries, and to facilitate the follow-up World Customs Organization programs in the Asia-Pacific region.
Betul. Lagi dispeki peluang. Mari.
Welcome to the Indonesian Customs and Excise Training Center, located at the Directorate General Customs and Excise Headquarters Complex in Rawamangun, East Jakarta. It was established in 1966, aiming to provide world-class quality training within the fields of customs and excise. Indonesian Customs and Excise Training Center is a part of Finance Education and Training Agency under the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia and headed by a director. With its 14 trainers who are highly qualified and well-respected specialists in their field. The Indonesian Customs and Excise Training Center has officially become the regional training center for the Asia-Pacific region after being endorsed by the head of Customs Administrations in the Asia-Pacific region at 21st WCO AP Regional Head of Customs Administration Conference on November 12, 2020. The commencement was marked with the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding Customs Organization and the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia on January 29, 2021. We organize customs and excise courses in a various number of specialized fields through the annual scheduled training programs and other additional courses to meet the training needs that arise every year. We also adopt diverse strategies to promote digital learning activities that result in the massive open online courses such as e-learning, distance learning, webinar, and talk show. The building features training facilities that consist of administrative offices for the Customs Training Department, a 100-seat auditorium for trainings and large group meetings, 19 classrooms, each with the capacity of 30 students, training lab with the equipment for simulation training, mock container examination, 3 dormitories with 70 rooms, Digital Learning Room, Computer Laboratory, Mini Office, Library, Lounge, Studio, Main Hall, Dining Room, Fitness Center, Entertainment Room, Stadium, Swimming Pool, Tennis Court. Now we are more than ready to be the best place to respond to officers' training needs, to forge links with neighboring countries, and to facilitate the follow-up World Customs Organization programs in the Asia-Pacific region.
Hello, I'm Sylvia. It's good to see you again.
And I'm Zemi. Welcome back to our first International Conference on Customs and Tax Cooperation.
Indonesia, customs and excise, education and training center. Anywhere, anything, anywhere about customs. So come and join We are World Customs Organization, Regional Training Center for Asia Pacific in Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue our conference. At this international conference, RTC Indonesia has also organized a call for paper event since September 2021 to gather new ideas and insight about customs and tax cooperation. The committee accepted numerous interesting papers on that topic. We would like to convey our appreciation for your contribution of the paper submitted for the presentation. It seems that all papers deserve to be presented at the conference. However, considering the limited time, the committee has decided to choose only 8 papers to be presented. 5 papers will be presented on the first day, and 3 papers will be presented on the second day of the conference.
The first day presentation is divided into 2 sessions. The first session features 3 authors, and each author has 20 minutes for presentation. After all presentation, they have 30 minutes for question and answer. The second session features 2 authors with 20 minutes for each author and the following 20 minutes for question and answer. We will remind the author when they have 5 minutes left for the presentation. During the presentation, you may type your question into the chat box or using the link provided. Ladies and gentlemen, please address the speaker name to whom you want to deliver your question.
Let's hear and see the presentations regarding our sub-theme strengthening cooperation between customs and tax authorities to optimize state revenue. First and foremost, for the next 20 minutes, Mr. Bobby Pratama Sembiring from Faculty of Economics and Business, Gadjah Mada University, Indonesia, will talk about analysis of the joint program implemented by North Sumatra First Regional Tax Office and Kuala Namu Customs for Swallows Nest commodity export activities for the 2020 period. Mr. Bobby Pratama Sembiring, the time is yours.
Waktu berjalan capek, sadonyo tak lewatkan.
Thank you. Can I present my PPT first? Okay. Good afternoon to all audience. Thank you for the opportunity for me to present my paper. Introduce, my name is Bobby Pratama Sembiring. I'm a student of Gajah Mada University in Yogyakarta and also a civil servant at the Secretariat General of Ministry of Finance of Indonesia. The paper that I will be presenting is entitled Analysis of the Joint Program Implemented by North Sumatra First Regional Tax Office and KPPBG TMPB Kuala Namu for Swallows Nest commodity export activities for the 2020 period. The background, the rapid globalization of trade and financial systems, the free movement of goods, capital, and labor, shifts in manufacturing base, and advances in information and communication technology, as well as business operating models, have undergone significant changes. While this is a very positive development, it has also increased the potential risk of customs violations and tax evasion. Therefore, it's necessary to increase cooperation through collaborative governance between the Directorate General of Taxes or DGT and the Directorate General of Customs and Excise or DGCE. According to a paper written by Chris Ansel and Alison Guest in 2007 entitled Collaborative Governance in Theory and Practice, collaborative governance is a governing arrangement in which one or more public institutions directly involve community stakeholders in a formal, consensus-oriented, and deliberative collective decision-making process that aims to make or implement public policies or manage public programs or assets. And according to paper written by the World Customs Organization in 2016, mutual cooperation between the two authorities will have a strong deterrent effect on potential tax evaders or fraudsters, as well as create a more effective and facilitative taxpayer environment. A comprehensive and harmonious approach by both authorities will result in optimal revenue collection for the government. And one of the collaborative governance of Ministry of Finance is through the Reform Synergy Program of DGT and DGCE in an effort to optimize state revenue as stipulated in KMK 210 in 2021 concerning Reform Synergy Program in the framework of optimizing state revenue. This Reform Synergy Program aims to support the optimization of state revenue, improve compliance, and improve services in the fields of tax, customs, and excise, as well as non-tax revenue or PNBP, by establishing 8 working groups for the Reform Synergy Program, namely number 1, joint analysis, joint audit, joint investigation, joint intelligence, joint collection, joint business process and information technology, and a joint program and other reform synergy programs. And one of the collaborative governance activities through joint analysis activities is carried out by the North Sumatra First Regional Tax Office, or in Bahasa we call it Kanwil DJP Sumut 1, and the Customs and Excise Supervision and Service Office of Middle Taipei Kuala Namu, or in Bahasa we call it KPPBG MPB Kuala Namu, for the export of swallows nest commodities, or in Bahasa Sarang Burung Walet SBW. The joint analysis activities is carried out in the context of optimizing state revenue to analyze whether there is a potential loss of corporate income tax for SBW exporters, and also analyze whether there are potential data errors related to the value of export foreign exchange. The purpose of writing this paper is to provide a proposed implementation of the method for achieving the goals of the GT and the GCE Reform Synergy Program related to adopting collaborative process principles as well as collaborative governance model, so that it is expected to be able to accelerate the process of achieving ideal, sustainable outputs and outcome. This study was compiled using a qualitative approach by analyzing BC 3.0 document data in the form of notification of export of goods obtained to the custom exchange information systems and automation or JSA application for Swallows Nest commodity export activity for the period 2020 period. And the study conducted interviews with the several employees of the Ministry of Finance as follows. Number one, Head of Extension, Service, and Public Relations, or P2 Humas, at the North Sumatra First Regional Tax Office. Number two, Head of Inspection Section at the North Sumatra Regional DGCE Office. And the third, PLH, Head of Section for Data Processing and Document Administration, or BDAD, at KPPBG TMPB Kuala Namu. The data analysis in the study is polyngulation between several literatures as follows. Number one, the Law of Republic of Indonesia, number 17 and 2006, concerning amendment to Law number 10 of 1995 concerning customs. Number two, government regulation of the Republic of Indonesia, number 55 of 2008, concerning imposition of export duties on exported goods. Number three, KMK 210 in 2021, concerning the reform synergy program in the context of optimizing state revenue. Number four, regulation of Minister of Trade of Republic Indonesia, number 51 in 2012, concerning provision for export of swallows nest to the People's Republic of China. And the regulation of the Director General of Customs Excise, number 7 in 2020, concerning amendment to regulation number 21 on 2018 concerning export duties, export customs notification, and number 6 module for exploring tax potential of swallows nest business sector. Discussion, you can see 5 figures about swallow in the nest, swallow's foot, swallow's cave, an example of swallow's house or swallow's building. Swallow is blackbird with a brown underside, has pointed wings, and a long tail, and is known by Latin name Aerodromus maximus. The swallow commodity is only found in Southeast Asia, namely in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, Cambodia, and Laos. Swallow's food is small insects that fly in rice fields, plantations, swamps, and forests. Swallowfoot insects that include plant toppers, beetles, small grasshoppers, moths, winged ants, white rice bats, and rice stem sucking insects. The swallow's natural habitat is in the cave, while the swallow's artificial habitat is often called a swallow's house or swallow's building. The type of swallow's nest are as follows. Number one, original swallow's nest or original nest. Type bird nest is the most expensive and best type of bird nest among other type because of its authenticity and purity and without the slightest modification. And number two, red swallow's nest or red nest. The red swallow's nest is also quite expensive because it is formed from a rare event. Number three, triangle swallow's nest. This type of bird nest is called an angel or triangular swallow's nest because it has a shape with pointed corners like a triangle. Number four, swallow's nest strip. And number five, broken swallow's nest. Before they can be consumed, swallow's nest must be processed first. And some of the processed bird's nests are as follows: cosmetic, swallow's nest drink, swallow's nest soap, swallow's nest supplement, and swallow's packaging. The data recapitulation of Indonesian swallow's nest export to several countries can be seen in the following chart or figure. In the first figure related to the 2020 swallow's nest export data in net weight in tons, information is obtained that Hong Kong is the largest export destination in tons. Meanwhile, in the second figure, regarding data on export of swallow's nest in 2020 in the FOB value of thousands of US dollars, information is obtained that China is the largest export destination in terms of FOB thousand of US dollars, because the unit cost of exporting swallow's nest to China is far above other countries, including above Hong Kong. The export data of swallow's nest carried out through Kuala Namu Airport, North Sumatra, can be seen in the following table. The regulation of Minister of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia, number 55 in 2012, concerning provision on export of swallow's nest to People's Republic of China, stipulates that the export of swallow's nest to China can only be carried out by companies that have received recognition as registered exporter swallow's nest, or in Bahasa we call exporter terdaftar SPW or ITSPW, from the Minister of Trade, or can be also delegated to the Director General. And based on information from KPPB CTMPB Kuala Namu employees, there are only 2 companies registered as ITSPW for the period 2020 that we can see in the yellow side. Other exporters have not received recognition as ITSPW and cannot export SPW to China. So they prefer export SPW to other countries than China, such as Vietnam, Hong Kong, Malaysia, and others at a much cheaper price. The data in the table shows that the unit of SPW reported by exporters other than ITSPW uses a unit price that is very far below the normal price. Launching Kompas.com, the price of ball type swallow's nest can be sold in 13 million rupiahs per kilogram. A corner type swallow's nest can reach 9 million rupiahs per kilogram, and a broken type swallow's nest reach 8 million rupiahs per kilogram. Based on the information on the unit price of the swallow's nest, it can be concluded that there is a potential for data errors related to export value and potential loss of income tax for SPW exporters. The result of the clarification regarding the export activities of swallow's nest commodities carried out by North Sumatra First Regional Tax Office and KPPB CTMPB Kuala Namu are as follows. Number 1, taxpayer is not the owner of the exported goods. Number 2, the majority of taxpayer receive requests for
wajib pajak menerima permintaan dari penggunaan nama mereka atau
from agent. Number 3, only a few requests to use the name of the owner of the goods directly. Number 4, the entire process of shipping goods, making invoice, and packing list is carried out by the agent or goods owner. And number 5, the taxpayer doesn't know directly the type of goods, the weight of the goods, and the price of the goods reached on PAB. The collaborative governance models used in this study refers to a paper written by Ansel and Guest in 2007, which consists of starting condition, leadership, institutional design, collaborative process, and outcomes. And this model is the right, I think, it's the right model to be used in analyzing the joint program because it is describes a complete component and can be explained the sequence of processes clearly. The implementation of collaborative governance principles in the joint program of North Sumatra First Regional Tax Office and KPPB CTMPB Kuala Namu for the export activities of swallow's nest commodities as follows. The first variable about starting condition. The implementation is participants in the joint program were given education and training on business process owned by DGT and DGCE related to the export activities of swallow's nest commodity. The second variable about leadership, The leadership of KPPBC MBB Kuala Namu gave great support to the joint program that was implemented even through the potential state revenue for Swallows Nest export activities was entirely tax revenue. Number 3, institutional design. The KMK 210 in 2021 concerning the Reform Synergy Program in the context of optimizing state revenue is basic protocol and basic rules for the collaboration. And the fourth, about collaborative process, the implementation, participant in the joint program start the collaboration process through face-to-face dialogue activities, which are routinely carried out in
Mr. Bobby,
2020.
you have 5 minutes left.
The KPPBC TMBP Kuala Namu has a commitment
Mr.
to
Bobby,
the process.
you have 5 minutes
Yes?
left.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
KPPBC TMBP Kuala Namu has a commitment to the process by showing an open attitude to shopper data related to the export of Swallows Nest. Shared understanding was carried out by both participants of the joint program and prioritizing the principle of KMNQ1 in the context of optimizing the state revenue, especially tax revenue, and preventing tax avoidance on Swallows Nest export activities. And intermediate outcomes of this joint program activity are related to improvement of regulation and business process of DGT and DGCE. The potential for state revenue is entirely tax revenue, so it is necessary to study the intermediate outcomes related to incentive that be given to joint program participants, especially those from DGCE. Conclusion, based on the analysis of the data obtained in the form of BC 3.0 PAB document from the CHASE application for the export activities for Swallows Nest commodity or SBW for 2020 period, it shows that the unit price of SBW reported by exporters other than ETSBW uses a unit price that is very far below the normal price, so that it can be concluded that there are potential data errors related to the value of exports and potential loss of income tax for SBW exporters. The recommendation of this research are as follows. The first, there needs to be stipulation from the government regarding the standard price of Swallows Nest exported to China or to countries other than China, such as Vietnam, Hong Kong, Malaysia, etc., so that potential data errors related to export for foreign exchange values and potential income tax losses do not occur again in the future. And the second recommendation, the potential for state revenue is entirely tax revenue. So it is necessary to study the intermediate outcomes related to incentive that be given to joint program participants, especially those from DGCE. Okay, that's all my paper presentation, and I thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bobby Pratama Sembiring, for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with our second paper by Mr. Agustinus Imam Saputra from Directorate General of Taxes. For 20 minutes, Mr. Agustinus will talk about monitoring Indonesians tourists re-entry to optimized state. Mr. Agustinus Imam Saputra, the time is yours. Okay, I'm sorry for it.
Hello, okay. Do you hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear it clearly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We meet again, Mbak Sylvia, after the last occasion, the same conference.
Yeah, halo Pak.
Hello, nice to see you again.
Thank you.
Okay, let me present my study on monitoring Indonesian tourist re-entry to optimize that revenue. Maybe it's like a simple thing, but we never realize that Indonesia have a small baseline of individual taxpayer. That it's so different with the United States that the biggest taxpayers are individual, the prominent people. But in Indonesia, we depend on the company or like it's not the individual taxpayer. Okay, why we want to talk about it? Because tourism and shopping abroad occur in the developing countries such as Indonesia. There are potential import tax and import duties on goods brought from abroad. Recently, we heard about in Indonesia, we call it just tip. Someone that go abroad and buy luxurious product or good for somebody else. They take margin from the price. There is no integrated monitoring system from taxation and custom to monitor this issue. And it's important to initiate collaboration at the both institution, DGT, Directorate General of Tax, and Directorate General of Custom and Excise. That's the introduction. Okay. The number Indonesian resident traveling abroad, it's the pre-pandemic period, 2011 to 2019. 2019, we have around 11 million people go abroad for many purposes. The expenditure for this travel activity reached around 151 trillion rupiah. You can imagine it. It's a huge amount of money, 151 trillion rupiah. We spending overseas, not in our country. We can imagine how much money will impact the economic if we spend it in our national wide. For the overview, Indonesia in 2019, our gross domestic brutto around 59 million, and the income tax from the individual taxpayer is around 11 trillion rupiah. It's small if we compare to the total income tax revenue. It's only 1.16%. We can imagine that so many individual taxpayer person, maybe in the rich, they have that we can capture until now, that maybe they don't pay the tax properly. Okay, in the literature review, the tax on import, we know that from the regulation Ministry of Finance number 203, 2017, the good carried by the passenger exceed of $500 are subject of import duty and import tax. The import duty 10%, the value added tax 10% as well, and 7.5% for income tax, the Article 22. But if we don't have tax identification number or NPWP, it will charge twice or 15%. This is the illustration. Maybe if Mbak Sylvia go abroad to Japan and spend money for this full souvenir around $1,000, Mbak Sylvia sorry, I beg your pardon. Oh, maybe it's just noise. Okay, Mbak Sylvia will pay the import duty around 700,000 rupiah, and the import tax around the value added tax the same, around 700,000, and the value added tax the total is around 2.6 million rupiah. I think it's huge ratio to leverage our revenue from the import activity by the passenger from abroad. And now it's already elaborated, have been elaborated by Mr. Sudarto this morning, that we have synergy of tax and custom authority. We have 8 program from the joint analysis to the secondment and other synergy program. So we move to next slide. We will choose which one or which two that's suitable to be implemented in the synergy of tax and custom authority next. Okay, we also mention about the compliance risk management, CRM. Directorate General of Tax already implement this policy to monitoring, to mapping the taxpayer by its risk. So it's become systematic, measurable, and have objective framework. We will separate the taxpayer into 9 quadrants. That the quadrant will be grouped as 3 tier. The first, the high risk ratio, for the brown color, and the yellow color is the moderate risk compliance, and the green is the low risk compliance. This research use a descriptive qualitative approach. The framework idea is when our tourists go abroad, they spend their money to luxurious activity for shopping and buying souvenir. And when they come back, they report their goods to the custom officer at the airport, maybe, or harbor, the international harbor, and fulfill the custom declaration. And if it exceeds to the cap $500, they have to pay import tax and import duty. And the last, we don't forget when they fulfill the good, the product they bring to Indonesia, the database is needed to profile taxpayer by the tax office, by the Directorate General of Tax. So it's need integrated collaboration by the DGT and custom authority. This from the Indonesian statistic, the 11 country, the destination from the Indonesian tourists to go abroad for holiday and shopping. We can see Singapore is number 1, and Russia is the last. The number of the tourists around 4.4 million people. The average expenditure around 105,000 US dollar. So it's I think it's huge of money. And the tourist expenditure on shopping range from 33 and 56% of the total travel spending. It's from Low and Au. We take it from the article, journal article from Low and Au. Data said that payment of income tax for import and value-added tax in 2019 is just around 327 billion rupiah. So it's relatively small if we know that 11 million person go abroad for many purposes, and we can say when we go abroad, relatively they on the half on the rich group. Okay, this the scenario and potential state revenue. If the average expenditure for the shopping good 40%, we use the minimum range from the law. The total spending for shopping is around 506 US dollar. The potential from the revenue from income tax and value-added tax around 947 billion rupiah. I think it's a potential revenue for the DGT, and of course the potential revenue for the custom authority as well. And how about if we use the second scenario? We have assumption that 50% their spending is for souvenir. The potential revenue increase up to 2.7 trillion rupiah. We can pinpoint it again. It's 2.7 trillion rupiah. If we use the ratio is 50% average expenditure for shopping, good or souvenir. Maybe the rich people bought watch Rolex or bag Hermes Birkin. It's expensive one, so we need to monitor their spending overseas. This the synergy program that we offered in this study, joint process business. The integrated monitoring system, we will conduct create property data bank for single information system, one interface, one dashboard. So we have the same understanding for the data, and it will create the compliance risk management as well. This the data exchange and data service system.
Mr.
The
Agustinus, we are really
tax
sorry
authority.
for interrupting you. You still have 5 minutes left to finish your
Okay.
presentation. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So the tax authority and the custom authority inject their data, the passenger and the taxpayer. They will have the same integrated system and interface. It's the compliance map risk management. We will make the parameter and the result. If someone bought a luxurious item at up to 100 million, we will put in the axis Y3, the blue one, the high risk non-compliance. So the CRM for DGT, because it's the single data profile, a dashboard with the same interface between the DGT and DGCE will help map the risk of non-compliance people returning from abroad. Custom officer who supervise the crossing of people at airport or international port can prioritize random check for the quadrant, the high risk quadrant. And every passenger can be checked randomly, but however, CRM will more helpful for officer to map at the risk group who luggage will be checked. So in the conclusion, we hope we have the integrated system to be a tool not only for the state revenue, but also for improving the quality of the database, for continuous monitoring for individual taxpayer. And the system integration to achieve single data profile and joint process business can be the main focus for cooperation under the roof of Ministry of Finance. We call it Kemenkiwan or Ministry of Finance S1. So why not? We try to make collaboration between tax authority and custom authority. And the last, single data profile and joint business process by creating CRM have several advantages. First, integrated monitoring system establishment, the potential tax duty revenue, and the last, validity of taxpayer profile. The limitation, the tax revenue data obtained in total and not in detail because it confidential data. Only 7 destination countries were chosen for this study with a certain reason declared on the finding part. And the potential import duty revenue is not calculated since the data from transport passenger are not available. As known, every airport have their own local application to monitor this payment, the custom duty. Soekarno-Hatta Airport has its own system. Kuala Namu have its own system. It's not integrated as well. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I give this time to you.
Thank you, Mr. Agustinus Imam Saputra, for the presentation and submitted paper for the conference for the second time. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the third paper coming from the Faculty of Economics and Business, Master of Accounting, Gadjah Mada University. Mrs. Yunita Purwawardani for the 20 minutes will talk about collaborative governance in Directorate General of Taxes and Directorate General of Customs and Excise, Synergy Program for Country Revenue Optimization. Mrs. Yunita Purwawardani, the time is yours.
Well, I will start my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, honorable audiences. Thank you for being here today. First of all, let me introduce myself. My full name is Yunita Purwawardani. Now I am as a Master of Accounting student at Gajah Mada University, and at the same time, I am an employee of Directorate General of Taxes, Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Now I would like to talk about my selected paper, which is titled Collaborative Governance in Directorate General of Taxes and Directorate General of Customs and Excises Synergy Program for State Revenue Optimization, a case study on tobacco or cigarette commodities in Pamekasan Tax Office and Madura Custom and Excise. Well, why am I decided to research this issue? There are several reasons there. First, the state revenue plays an important tool for the governance. In a COVID-19 pandemic nowadays, the need for public spending in the health sector has increasing. Meanwhile, the economy in Indonesia is still contracted. And the second, business transformation substantially increases the risk of tax or excise evasion. That business transformation, such as massive globalization of the financial system, free trade, change in the manufacturing base, and the developments in information and communication technology. And the third, there are several internal problems within Ministry of Finance in Indonesia that can be identified. Well, not only limited number of human resources available, but also the information, knowledge, skills, and competencies needed are often spread across several units within Ministry of Finance. But unfortunately, each unit with its unique resources closes itself of each other. And the last reason is the greater risk because no strategic action. The tax or excise evaders will continue to take advantage of this gap as long as there is no strategic move from either DGT or DGCE. Thus, the state's right to revenue cannot be fulfilled optimally. Because of that reasons, the implementation of collaborative governance between tax and custom authority needs to be realized to overcome this urgency. Based on the backgrounds I said in the previous slide, now we can see what the real problem is. Yes, the implementation of collaborative governance within Ministry of Finance is expected to be realized at the level of the smallest agency unit of DGT and DGCE as a state revenue collector. However, the existence of silos that still exist between DGT and DGCE leaves some problems for the collaborative action. And in Madura Island itself, the slice of potential revenue between DGT and DGCE comes from tobacco or cigarette companies. So its production have significant value both in terms of taxation and excise revenue. Because of that, now I divide this real problem into 4 significant categories that will be answered in my research paper. First, what is the output? How is the implementation that has been established? And the third, what are the lessons learned? And the last is what are the policy recommendations to make a sustainable collaborative governance? To answer it, I analyzed with the related theory and also the literature review. Well, this research explanation is based on the new governance theory. Governance, according to the Rhodes, signifies a change in the meaning of government, referring to the new process of governing or changed condition of order or new methods by which society is governed. This change of view reforms the old regulation, which are closely related to the command and control model by the regulatory government. Neither party within Ministry of Finance, especially, has all of the knowledge, capacity, and authority to regulate society and the economic individually. Therefore, a transition from government to governance is needed. Now, this paper also refers to the two main articles in collaborative governance. First, the article from Ansel and Guest 2008. This paper provides a collaborative governance model which is started from the starting condition and it is going to the collaborative process. This collaborative process is influenced by the institutional design and also the facilitative leadership. This good collaborative process will make outcomes. And this paper also referred to Emerson et al. 2012, which this paper provides an integrative collaborative governance frameworks. This is, we can see in a screen, the framework which is divided into 3 boxes. The first is collaboration dynamics, collaborative governance regime, and the system context. Well, based on the descriptive qualitative method, I will explain the content of my research, which is classified into 4 sub-content. There are output, implementation, lesson learned, and policy recommendation. There are some output. The first is the differences in the business classification code of the cigarette companies between Pamekasan Tax Office and Madura Custom Office database. We can see in the table beside that this table contains the list of 84 cigarette companies, but not all of the cigarette companies in customs database have a business classification code regarding to the cigarette industry. And the second output is the tax avoidance mode by non-taxable employer cigarette companies. Based on the data comparison, it is known that some cigarette companies tend to hide their actual turnover so that they don't pass the criteria to be confirmed as a taxable entrepreneur. We assume that the cigarette companies suppress their turnover in a range from 4.5 to 4.8 billion a year. So it means that the taxpayer don't need to pay tax higher. In the table beside, we can see the number of the non-taxable employer with a turnover of more than 4.5 billion a year, but less than 4.8 billion a year. And then the next output is we can calculate the potential loss of final income tax and non-final income tax. The final income tax for cigarette companies with turnover less than 4.8 billion a year. Based on the data comparison, there is a potential loss of final income tax on cigarette commodities at both vertical units. Most of cigarette companies don't fill the annual tax return according to the actual situation, so that the final income tax payment doesn't match the actual one. And with the collaborative action, this action can minimize the loss which is resulted from the low compliance of cigarette company and a tax database. And then there is a potential loss of non-final income tax for cigarette companies with a turnover more than 4.8 billion a year. In this paper, I assume the value of total retail selling price of cigarette is a gross turnover taxpayer, so that I can calculate the estimation of potential loss of non-final income tax. This potential can be seen by comparing the company's non-final income tax payment data data, with the tax should be paid according to the total value of retail selling price, which I said before. And the next output is we can calculate to the potential loss of value-added tax. Cigarette companies which have a turnover of more than 4.8 billion a year actually don't have a tax employer status. So the cigarette companies are not charged with the value-added tax, whereas they should be charged based on their turnover actually. There are indications that cigarette companies are deliberately suppressing their turnover to avoid paying value-added tax. And then the resulting output, the next output is potential loss of excise revenue. Interestingly, the resulting output is not only beneficial unilaterally, but also for the both parties, DGT and DGCE. Based on the data comparison, it was found that there was a trend that cigarette companies make final income tax payments much larger than their excise payment. So the Madura Customs Office actually can still explore further regarding to the potency of the excise revenue in that jurisdiction. Now, how is the implementation that has been established between Pamekasan Tax Office and Madura Custom and Excise? There are just a few synergy programs that has been established, such as providing education together or joint socialization. This is motivated by low knowledge and compliance of the cigarette company so far. And the second is data exchange. This data exchange has been carried out automatically or by system. However, the availability of this data is not widely used by DGT employees due to a lack of understanding of the business process of cigarette company excise collection. Well, however, that programs don't running optimally because some factors indicate this. The first is joint educational activities or joint socialization have not been followed up with another joint programs such as joint analysis, joint audit, or maybe joint investigation. And then the existence of data exchange is also still formal, where data is only exchanged if it is preceded by the correspondence before, and the absence of a joint program team from the Pamekasan Tax Office and Madura Customs Office, which specifically follow up on synergy related to tobacco or cigarette companies. Based on Ansel and Guest, the main problem faced is the lack of shared motivation and trust building. This dialogue process between the two agencies has been realized by the meeting of the two leaders, but there has been no further effort from both parties to build mutual trust, explain the shared mission, identify the main value that form the foundation of collaborative governance. So it indicates the collaborative governance has not run optimally. So based on Emerson, the collaborative governance is triggered with some factors too. These trigger factors also quite influence the actions and dynamics of collaboration governance, such as the leadership factor, and then consequential incentive, interdependence, and uncertainty. This synergy program doesn't run optimally too because of general context system factors too, including differences in scope of authority between Pamekasan Tax Office and Madura Customs and Excise Office. And the second is the availability of quantity and quality of resources owned by Pamekasan Tax Office and Madura Customs Office, and there is still no history of the synergy program between Pamekasan Tax Office and Madura Customs Office. It will be good because there is no negative experience to make a good synergy program, but I think it is also quite challenging to initiate the synergy program. And What is the lesson learned that we can get from this research? Well, from the output I said before, we can get some lesson learned. The first is we can validate the taxpayer profile so that the many monitoring mechanism can be done comprehensively. And then we can discover the fraud mode of income tax payment. We can discover the fraud mode of excise payments too. And there is lesson learned that it always need for continuing or sustainable efforts in the form of diversification in other joint programs, such as joint audit, joint analysis, joint investigation, and etc.
Ma'am, sorry, you still have 5 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, the last is the policy recommendation. There are some policy recommendation that I can propose for the urgency of collaborative governance. The first is the inclusion of collaborative governance awareness through in-house training, both in DGT and DGCE, and then the escalation of the synergy program at higher level or scale, maybe in the regional or national office, and the synergy program to be part of key performance indicator, and the creation of integrated single database which can be accessed by DGT and DGCE. And last is the business process modification and collaboration between DGT and DGCE is needed. Data improvements such as adding some information in data exchange portal related to CK1 form, and then the formation of a joint program team as a means to understand the business process and regulation regarding certain retail selling price to determine the taxpayer turnover. I think it will be beneficial to determine the taxpayer turnover, so that in a tax side, the employee of a tax authority can have a more valid data to calculate the potency of state revenue optimization. That's all my presentation. Thank you for the time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Yunita Purwawardani, for the presentation. We will now move to the question and answer session batch 1. We will begin with the question submitted into the Zoom chat. And we have already received some good question. Okay, our co-host, please share screen the question. Okay. The first question to Mr. Bobby. DGCE does not check the price of export transaction. How to prevent potential loss of state revenue from the swallow NAS exporters income tax? Mr. Bobby, please answer the question. Thank you. Well, Mr. Bobby, could you hear my voice?
Okay, thank you for the question about how to prevent potential loss of state revenue from the swallows next exporters income tax. And in my paper, I give recommendation for the Minister of Trade to make the regulation about the standard price of swallows nest, because the exporters other than ATSBW, they make the price far below the standard price. As I said before, that if we launching the Kompas.com, the standard price is far above which the exporter use. So I think there's no stipulation from the government, especially from Minister of Trade, to make the standard price. So their potential loss do not occur again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bobby, for the answer. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you, if you have a question, you can raise your hand by clicking on the raise hand icon in the middle right of your screen. Okay, now we will move to the next question. Please. Okay. From anonymous to Ms. Yudita, the determination of the retail selling price of cigarettes changes every year but applies throughout the year, while the transaction price of tobacco and other raw materials may change throughout the year. How should this be addressed in cooperation between customs and tax authorities? Please, Ms. Yunita.
Okay, thank you for the question. How should this be addressed in cooperation between customs and tax authorities? Well, I think it will be the urgency for the top level between DGT and DGCE authority to discuss further about the transaction price of tobacco and other raw materials. I think it is beneficial if we discuss it in an upper level, such as a Ministry of Finance too. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ms. Yunita, for the answer. So we move to the next question. We are looking for the question. Is there still a question or not? So we also want to tell you, if you have other question, you can use the feature of raise hand so that we can let you to tell the questions in the screen. Okay, we still have one question from Kartika Putri to Ms. Yunita. What was the challenge to conduct the research? What is the policy that should come first to implement the joint audit program? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kartika, for the question. Well, I think it was. I think the implementation of joint audit program must be initiated from the build mutual trust between tax and custom authority. The challenge to conduct my research is build mutual trust, because in the field I feel that there is good enough collaboration or good environment to make a collaborative governance because of no mutual trust between Pamekasan Tax Office and Madura Customs, and I think it's our task to make this collaborative governance can be implemented easily, so that the another joint program, such as a joint audit or maybe joint investigation and the another joint program, can be implemented easily in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Yunita, for the answers. Well, we want to move to the next questions. Our course, please share the screen. Okay, that's anonymous from Slaidu. In Indonesia, does the income tax and VAT under the same department? Okay, so there's no speaker address. We would hear from Mr. Agustinus Imam Saputra for this question. Mr. Agustinus, please.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Sylvia. I think for your information, maybe the person who asked don't know that VAT or value-added tax is regulated by the Directorate General of Taxes, but in the collection procedure, it's their opportunity that other organization, institution have to collect the value-added tax, such as Custom Authority have Directorate General of Tax collect the value-added tax at the airport for the import duty by the passenger. So value-added tax is regulated only by the Directorate General of Taxes. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agustinus, for the answers. Okay, there's no live question. I think that's the last questions for our first Q&A. Thank you for our 3 paper speakers. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue our paper presentation, we will have a short break for 5 minutes. Please enjoy and stay tuned because right after the break, we will learn a new insight from our guest author from Cambodia, who will talk about the implementation of customs and tech cooperation in his country. So don't miss it. For now, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the break.
Hai Sobat Wisata, kinerja pariwisata Indonesia terus bergerak maju. Dalam 5 tahun terakhir, pencapaian Kementerian Pariwisata diakui secara nasional maupun global. Peringkat Indonesia di Travel and Tourism Competitiveness Index yang dirilis oleh World Economic Forum melesat. Peringkat 70 di tahun 2013 menjadi 40 di tahun 2019 adalah sebuah angka pencapaian yang menjadikan Indonesia semakin layak diperhitungkan. Menurut data World Travel and Tourism Council, pertumbuhan pariwisata Indonesia semakin diapresiasi. Indonesia berada di peringkat ke-9 pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di dunia. Peringkat ketiga, pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di Asia, dan peringkat pertama, pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di Asia Tenggara. Pertumbuhan kunjungan wisatawan Indonesia terus meningkat mencapai 12,58% di level nasional, 7,4% di level ASEAN, dan 5,6% di level global. Rata-rata pertumbuhan tahunan jumlah wisatawan mancanegara mengalami peningkatan dari 9% di periode 2009 hingga 2013 menjadi 14% pada periode 2014 hingga 2018. Selain itu, Badan Pusat Statistik merilis absolute growth pertumbuhan wisatawan mancanegara di Indonesia di periode 2014 hingga 2018 mencapai 67,6%. Branding Wonderful Indonesia semakin mendunia dengan banyaknya penghargaan yang diberikan dari berbagai negara di dunia. Tahun 2019, industri pariwisata diproyeksikan menyumbangkan devisa terbesar di Indonesia dengan target 20 miliar dolar Amerika Serikat. Selama 5 tahun terakhir, telah ditetapkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas oleh Presiden Republik Indonesia. Di tahun 2019, ditetapkan pula 5 destinasi super prioritas: Danau Toba, Mandalika, Borobudur, Labuan Bajo, dan Likupang. Dan masih ada lagi 5 destinasi pariwisata unggulan. Dampak nyata majunya pengembangan pariwisata Indonesia adalah meningkatnya pendapatan asli daerah atau PAD secara signifikan di berbagai destinasi pariwisata yang ada di Indonesia seperti Samosir, Banyuwangi, dan Manggarai Barat. Seluruh pencapaian pariwisata ini merujuk pada nawacita sebagai visi dan misi pemerintahan Presiden Jokowi dan Wakil Presiden Yusuf Kala. Border tourism menjadi salah satu senjata pamungkas Kementerian Pariwisata untuk merebut target wisatawan mancanegara. Data pos lintas batas menunjukkan jumlah wisman per tahun 2018 naik signifikan menjadi 2.718.466 dengan jumlah cross-border event yang selalu mengalami kenaikan. 74 event di tahun 2016, 80 event di tahun 2017, dan 98 event di tahun 2018. Pengembangan sumber daya manusia, masyarakat, dan industri pariwisata merupakan kunci pengembangan industri kelembagaan. Pengembangan sumber daya manusia melalui pelatihan dasar kepariwisataan bagi mahasiswa dan guru bertujuan untuk meningkatkan kesadaran dan kepekaan tentang kepariwisataan sehingga mampu meningkatkan ekonomi dan perkembangan industri pariwisata. Pengembangan masyarakat diwujudkan melalui gerakan sadar wisata, peningkatan kapasitas usaha kecil masyarakat, serta pengembangan desa wisata melalui pendampingan. Gerakan sadar wisata telah ditetapkan di 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dengan tujuan untuk meningkatkan ekonomi masyarakat seperti bagaimana dengan prima serta bagaimana menjaga kebersihan area destinasi pariwisata. Peningkatan kapasitas usaha kecil masyarakat dilaksanakan guna mengajak masyarakat untuk aktif mengembangkan produk dan usaha masyarakat di 10 destinasi wisata prioritas melalui berbagai pelatihan seperti pemandu wisata, homestay, kuliner, cenderamata, dan lain-lain. 100 wonderful events digelar di seluruh Indonesia. Kementerian Pariwisata telah melakukan publikasi media ruang dengan memperkenalkan 10 destinasi branding seperti Medan, Kepulauan Riau, Jakarta, Bandung, Joglo Semar, Banyuwangi, Bali, Lombok, Makassar, Coral Wonders, Bunaken, Wakatobi, dan Raja Ampat. Publikasi Wonderful Indonesia juga dilakukan di beberapa negara pasar utama seperti Tiongkok, India, Inggris, Jerman, Perancis, Belanda, Timur Tengah, Korea Selatan, dan Amerika yang telah dilakukan sejak tahun 2015. Pemasangan publikasi media ruang ditujukan untuk meningkatkan brand awareness Wonderful Indonesia di level internasional. Situs resmi pemasaran Kementerian Pariwisata adalah indonesia.travel yang dilengkapi dengan menu yang mengakomodasi customer journey yang dimulai dari dreaming, planning, booking, experiencing, and share dari pre-travel, travel, hingga post-travel. Sejak tahun 2015 hingga tahun 2019, Kementerian Pariwisata berhasil memfasilitasi industri pariwisata untuk bertemu dengan calon konsumen dengan memperkenalkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dan menjual paket-paket pariwisata menarik melalui pameran pariwisata internasional dan tentunya misi penjualan. Kementerian Pariwisata program Tourism Hub yang diharapkan dapat mendatangkan wisman dari pasar non-ASEAN countries, Australia, dan juga Selandia Baru yang berada di Singapura dan Malaysia untuk ditarik ke destinasi Batam Bintan harga paket hot deals. Selain mengembangkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dan 5 destinasi super prioritas, Kementerian Pariwisata juga mengembangkan investasi di sektor pariwisata. Investasi sektor pariwisata ini difokuskan dalam pengembangan unsur atraksi, aksesibilitas, amenitas di destinasi pariwisata. Selama 5 tahun terakhir, total investasi sektor pariwisata mencapai 6,5 miliar US dollar, terdiri dari 4,7 miliar US dollar penanaman modal asing atau PMA dan 1,8 miliar US dollar untuk penanaman modal dalam negeri atau PMDN. Untuk meningkatkan investasi dan mengoptimalisasi kegiatan industri pariwisata sehingga mampu menarik investor untuk berinvestasi, maka dikembangkanlah pembangunan kawasan ekonomi khusus.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for our next paper. So without further ado, for the next 20 minutes, Mr. Se Sokon from the General Department of Customs and Excise of Cambodia will talk about enhancing customs tax cooperation in Cambodia. Mr. Se Sokon, the time is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for giving the floor to me. First of all, I would like to say good afternoon to all the participants and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Se Sokon, as you told to the meeting. I'm the Deputy Director General of Customs and Excise of Cambodia. Now let me start the presentation on enhancing custom tax cooperation in Cambodia. Next. Yeah, the content is 3. Introduction to the GDCE, Custom and Tax Cooperation, and Way Forwards. Okay, go to the next slide. Yes, before we go to the Custom and Tax Cooperation, I would like to briefly telling you about our administrations. We have our strategy that we call Strategy for Custom Reform and Modernization for 5 years. And we have set up our vision and mission to implement our job for the 5-year terms. And our vision is to become a modernized custom administration and it meet international standard and best practice that is recognized both internationally and within Cambodia. And in order to achieve this vision, we set out 4 missions. One is expedite and facilitate legitimate trade and travels. Second, collect and protect government revenues. Third, safeguard the health, security, and economic viability. And fourth, provide high quality of service and stakeholder. In our 5-year strategy document, we have 5 strategic goals. Strategic goal number 1 is revenue collection efficiency. Number 2 is compliance and law enforcement. Number 3, modernization of IT system and trade facilitation. Number 4, custom cooperation that we will talk later on. And number 5 is human resource management and institutional developments. Yes, next slide. Yes, in implementing our job, we face many challenges because the average tariff rate declines year by year. In 2000, the average tariff rate is 17.15%, but up to 2022, it declined to 11.38%. But at the meantime, our budget plan are increasing. So we can see that it is contrasting. The tariff rate are declining, but budget plan are increasing. And we have also met another challenge, such as we implemented free trade agreements and tax exempt regime. Tax exempt regime is mean that we provide incentive to priority sectors and import substitution with domestic production. It means that from year to year, the local product are increasing so that we lost our revenue collection at the time of importation. And the smuggling and tax evasion still exists. And the tax base are very narrow. In Cambodia, it's only few items that play an important role in giving the revenues. Like in this slide, there are only 2 products that provide up to 62% of the total revenue that collected by custom administrations. Yes, next. Yes, found many challenges in the previous slide. Our administration found that the custom cooperation is very important for us to strengthen our law enforcement and trade facilitation, and that lead to the effective of revenue collections. Custom cooperation, they are custom to custom cooperation, custom to private sectors, and custom to other government agency cooperation. Now we will talk about the custom to tech cooperation that is within the custom to government agency cooperation. To, as I told you, to increase and strengthening the law enforcement, trade facilitation, and revenue collection, it needs the political will from our leader, especially from Ministry of Economic Finance and the 2 leader of the 2 administration is the DG of Custom and DGs of taxations. And the information that we change nowadays is the import and export data that we have in the SAD, Single Administrative some document and company data that is from tech departments, and the information exchange mechanism is through on request and automatic exchange. Before 2021, we exchange the data and information on request. It means that the two administrative have to write a letter to request for the data and information that they need. But from January 2021, when we integrate the system with each other, it's no more requested, not no more requested. 90% are exchanging through automatic system. Only about 10% that we still need requests by sending the requested letter to each other. And within that, we also conduct a joint activity such as a joint risk profiling, joint investigation, joint audit, and some transfer pricing. And in order to effectively working on the cooperation, the memorandum of understanding and memorandum of agreement is needed between the two administrations. Next. Yes, a part of it's similar to MOU and MOA, but we can say it a little bit higher because Ministry of Economy and Finance issued broadcast on establishing a joint working group between GDT and GDCE. We have a joint working group, and we also established a technical working group for automation system integration between the information system of GDCE and GDT. And this technical working group mostly working on the technical issue. And in July 2021, we issue a revised broadcast on the working group because some of officers are changing to other provincial office and some retires, so that we have to change the members of the working groups. Next. Here is a part of the joint working group between the GDCE and GDT. The working group is mostly working on the cooperate and coordinate on the changing of information and data for the purpose of study and propose the measure to increase the revenue of custom and tech. We can change the data, change the information, and so that we can use it for the purpose of increase our revenue collection. And it also to enhance government measure to prevent and suppression of tech invasion. Yes, because we know that the trader always play trick to both GDCE and GDT. So when we change the data information, we can find a lot of problems that the trader they declare to both administrations. And the working group is solely solve a problem relating to GDCE and GDT. Next. Here, technical working group for automation system integration. In order to facilitate the changing of data and information, technical working group play an important role in automation system integration. They're working on infrastructure and developments, and the with application programming interface and infrastructure development, and they also test the server and production server. And we also list down the data and information that both agencies have to change. And we are under Ministry of Economic Finance by custom law and taxation law. We have to guarantee the safety and confidentiality of the data exchange, the data use. Next. From 2018 up to the end of 2021, there are 13 meetings between GDCE and GDT. Normally, we agree that we should have monthly meeting, but after we start working together, especially after the automated system was integrated, we have a meeting normally 3 to 4 months, because 90% of the information and data are automated changings. And one more problem is that in 2020 and 2021, we facing the challenge of the widespread of COVID-19, so that we cannot meet monthly. And the information exchange function has been launched, and GDCE are able to obtain relevant information from GDT, and GDT also receive the same receive information that GDC have in the system also. As I told you, in January 2021, we start integrate our system. So we terminate the request by hard copy, except some cases that the data and information don't have in the system, that we need to write letter to request each other about the information and data that we needed. Next. Here the challenge of the cooperation. In this, the system of both and one counterpart may not have complete data for exchange, because we start changing from request letter from using hard copy to using automated system. Some data and information is still not key into the system, so that each general department cannot withdraw the information and data that we needed. And standardization between both systems may not fully match. For custom, we use the WCO data model and UNECE. And both parties may not fully aware of the exchangeable data from each other, because we don't know well about each general department works. And both parties do not fully understand each other data elements, such as the GDT may not understand well about the HS code, and for GDC may not understand well about the patterns. And exchanging sensitive data between each other, it is under strictly control and proper reasons. Next. Here the way forward. Yes, in order to improve our data and information sharing.
Mr. Se Sokon?
Yes.
You have 5 minutes left. Thank you.
Yeah, yes. Now it's the last slide. Yeah, to integrate past data to be more comprehensive and more complete data, and to integrate more data functions such as e-filing. E-filing is implemented recently by General Department of Taxation. So we will try to integrate our system to taxation e-filing system. GDCE and GDT will improve the scope and quality of exchange through enhancement of the automated system integration. And the technical working group from both sides will work closely to solve the technical issue to ensure the smooth exchange of the data. And as I have previously, we plan to meet monthly to improve our cooperation, but it's based on the COVID-19. It is better. Hopefully we can meet monthly, but if the COVID-19 still like nowadays, maybe we can do 2 months or 3 months through Zoom or through online. Thank you. It is all for my presentation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sesokon, for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now we continue on the last presentation for today. The paper comes from collaboration Directorate General of Custom and Excise and Directorate General of Taxes. For 20 minutes, Mr. Marcel Fajar Pamungkas and Mr. Nasirin will talk about implementation of collaborative governance, a case study of secondment program at Regional Office of Directorate General of Taxes in Central Java 2, and Surakarta Customs for tolling export services. Mr. Marcel Fajar Pamungkas and Mr. Nasirin, the time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, thank you. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here. We are very grateful and it's such an honor for us. About 7 months ago, we had a class with Professor Mardiasmo about how the Synergy program is designed. Today, we try to bring you about how one of the programs is implemented and what we can learn from it, especially from the second one program in Surakarta for toll manufacturing. We, Marcel and Nasirin, will present about the implementation of collaborative governance rule, a case study of second program at Regional Office of DCT Central Java 2, and Medium Custom and Excise Office Type B Surakarta for toll manufacturing. Next, please. This is the outline of this presentation. First, introduction, covering the background and research objective. Second is theoretical basis about collaborative governance. Third, discussion, covering the implementation overview, comparison, and case studies. The last is conclusion and suggestion. Next, please. Next, please. What globalization is doing to business. Wardana said globalization encouraged the company business to change from conventional to international business. Next, please. In the conventional business, all business functions are located in one country. However, globalization allows an international business that has activities across national borders, and we call them multinational corporation. This corporation segregate function into different countries in order to be efficient. Next, please. Indonesia is one of the potential countries as the location to put their business function, since it has demographic dividend. Demographic dividend is favorable for a country because the age of the population is dominated by productive age. Jaka said that this is the opportunity to encourage investment and economic growth in Indonesia. Next, please. One of the form of these opportunities is toll manufacturing. Toll manufacturing is a service for a completion of a product which the process is carried out through a subcon or tolling service provider. In terms of export and import, toll manufacturing means providing tolling service for imported material and then re-exported as finished good. Even though toll manufacturing has tax revenue potential, effective supervision is needed. It is necessary to supervise the entry and the exit of goods in bonded zone conducted by DGCE, as well as financial reports obtained by DGT. Sometimes there are mismatched data in the data obtained by DGCE and those reported in financial statement received by DGT. Therefore, optimal supervision is carried out by collaboration between DGT and DGCE. One of the collaboration program is the Secondment program. This program aims to gain knowledge transfer and enrichment between employees. Based on that, the study analyzed the implementation of this program between Regional Office of DGT Central Java II and Medium Custom and Excise Office Type B Surakarta. These units were chosen because they have implemented a secondment program and discussed the supervision of toll manufacturing in the bonded zone. Next, please. For the theoretical basis, we use the collaborative government concept from Ansel and Guest. In brief, cooperation between two stakeholders in the organization can provide better management to achieve common goals and interests. Next, please. This collaborative process is affected by starting condition. Starting condition is related to the condition, a true condition that determine the initial collaborative level. There are two conditions. First, difference of power, resources, and knowledge of the stakeholder. Second, cooperation and conflict in the past. The next is facilitative leadership. Facilitative leadership is related to how leadership can determine and maintain clear terms, build trust, facilitate dialogue, and seek mutual benefits. Next is institutional design. Institutional design deals with the general procedure and terms of collaboration. The collaborative process consists of 5 stages. First is face-to-face dialogue. This stage is very important because it allows deep communication, since it can break down barriers and find mutual benefits between stakeholders. Second, trust building. The collaborative process is not enough to just negotiate between stakeholders, but it's important to build trust between stakeholders. Third, commitment to process. Commitment to process is related to collaboration motivation to achieve common goals. Fourth is shared understanding. By sharing understanding, stakeholders can find common goals so that they can determine strategies to achieve this goal. Fifth, intermediate outcomes. Intermediate outcomes are small result in the collaborative process, but this small outcome might lead to big outcome. Next, please. The rest of the presentation will be presented by Mr. Nasirin. Please, Mr. Nasirin.
Thank you, Mr. Masa. In this session, we'll discuss about implementation of collaborative governance rule on secondment program, including implemented overview, comparison between theory and practices, and also case study in toll manufacturing that utilize bonded zone facilities. The second program is national program implemented in units within the Ministry of Finance and established in 2017. There are two collaborating parties discussed here: Regional Tax Office Central Java 2 that send 5 participants, and Medium Customer Access Office like the Surakarta that encouraged for employees to participate in the program. Then the program used the on-secondment and off-secondment format. The on-secondment was carried out with face-to-face meeting for around 1 week, and online meeting was using Zoom platform for 2 weeks. So it's 2 weeks in a total. While the off-secondment or field visit was cancelled due to worsening COVID-19 pandemic. Then there are several agendas, including case study presentation and proposal making for business processes and or regulation improvement. Meanwhile, the 2021 segment focused on 3 themes, including bonded zone, ethyl alcohol excise, and gin contains ethyl alcohol excise. But in this presentation, thoroughly discuss the first one, the bonded zone that run toll manufacturing or services. Okay, in the comparison between the theory and the practices, there were initial conditions between the two agencies that can affect the collaboration processes. First, the imbalance of resources that occurs because each agency has the different business process in the service and also supervision of bonded zone, resulting in competence inequality. To overcome this obstacle, prior to the implementation of the second program, each participant was provided with training or e-learning and discussion via Zoom regarding the bonded zone business process. Then there were conflicts or antagonism among parties in the past that separate them into silos. One of the efforts that could be avoided is promoting Kemenq 1 or Ministry of Finance 1, where all units under the auspices of the Ministry of Finance are one big family that has common goal of realizing the vision and mission of the Ministry of Finance. And then in the facilitative leadership on the second program can be seen from the support of the leadership, including facilitating the second program, dialogue, and encouraging results from optimizing state revenue, not only for achieving the unit's revenue target. Furthermore, the leadership is also receptive or openness for academics to participate and contribute in the program through some academic studies. And then in the institutional design, the fundamental of the institutional design that needs to be settled is the ground rules. There were several arrangements that were used as the ground rules, but this arrangement still didn't completely eliminate the silos that are hindering the synergy or collaboration process. In an attempt to fix this issue, the Ministry of Finance released the decree of the Ministry of Finance number 2010 of 2021 that consolidate several existing arrangement and draft arrangement for the Ministry of Finance Synergy Program. And then the second program is coordinated by a joint secretariat or CTO, Central Transformation Office, which is tasked with coordinating participants, monitoring and evaluating the implementation of secondment, as well as following up recommendation from secondment result. And then last in the collaborative process, in the second program, begin with a face-to-face dialogue to establish strong communication. Face-to-face meetings are also crucial to make a strong bond between parties, so it can initiate the making of common goals, while online meetings were conducted to support the discussion generated in face-to-face meeting. With the combination of offline and online discussion, the meetings were still able to conduct it effectively, and many recommendations have been made. Next part of the collaborative process is trust building with an operable past history. Long-term commitment is needed to build trust. The commitment has been established quite well. This can be seen from the establishment of with relation between two parties, and then the ongoing exchange of data, both informally or informally. And also the parties also conduct joint activities. And then shared understanding can be seen from the agreement on the definition of problem related to the bond zone and relevant knowledge to overcome this problem. And also there is a common objective, which is optimizing state revenue regardless of tax or custom revenue. As for the intermediate outcomes, the program is able to find facts regarding this bonded zone through some case study that will be discussed in the next subsession. Okay, next is the case study of a corporation in Surakarta. As we can see in this table, a corporation has sales revenue of 44 billion rupiah, but it suffers operating loss around 700 million rupiah. As a company that provides toll services, a corporation didn't bear the risk of selling and should earn margin. Even so, we can say that a corporation operation was unreasonable because even though it needs require further clarification. And then as a toll manufacturer, based on Article 3 of Regulation of Minister of Finance number 32 of 2019, raw materials was provided by service users. So accordingly, a toll manufacturer doesn't report raw material in the financial statement. Right? Judging from the cost structure reported in this income statement, it is known that a corporation has material account name. But nevertheless, additional information is required to classify this cost, whether charged as an expense or excluded from the financial statement. And then the net profit margin ratio or NPM ratio is calculated to find out how much profit is generated from each rupiah cent. With 0.06%, it is far from industry parameter.
Mr. Nasirin?
Yes.
You still have 5 minutes left. Thank you.
And then by comparing data from text document with data from custom document, there is a difference in sales of 2 billion rupiah that object to VAT obligation with 10% of the VAT rate. The potential of the uncollected VAT is around 200 million rupiah. Plus, based on the second table, it is known that there is difference between the total exported goods and the value of exported goods in export document. The difference is likely partly derived from conversion costs incurred by the company. But really calculated, there was still an excess of the cost charge that indicated the conversion cost reported in the income statement is higher than conversion cost stated in the export document. Overstated cost means understated profit, and it means corporate income tax they paid is lower. Therefore, a proper and thorough audit is required to confirm this small finding. Regarding previous discussion, we conclude several points. First, the implementation of segment program between tax and custom authorities is in line with the collaborative government models that introduced by Ansel and Guest in 2007. And then the decree that released in 2021 related to synergy program in the Ministry of Finance is playing a vital role in the successful implementation of the collaborative government model. And it is allowing the secondment program to be conducted effectively. And last, related to achieving of state revenue optimization through secondment program, potential VAT and corporate income tax from toll manufacturing business is can be explored through analysis of financial statement and comparing data from tax and custom document. Here are several suggestions that we propose to improve the implementation of the next secondment program. First is strengthening community one as the fundamental, and then strengthening informal communication link and conducting joint activities to create intimacy. And then strengthening commitment at lower level because they are the spearhead of the program in the field. And then, of course, monitoring and for evaluating the follow-up resulted from the secondment program, especially related to realization of potential state revenue through joint audit and or joint collection. Then, as a closing remark, let me quote from Holy Quran: "Cooperate in righteousness and piety, but don't cooperate in sin and aggression." This is quoted from chapter 5, Surah Al-Ma'idah, the second verse. Okay, thank you. That's for our presentation, and thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Marcel Fajar Pamungkas and Mr. Nasirin for the presentation. We will now move to the Q&A session batch 2. We'll begin with the questions submitted into the Zoom chat or Slido. Okay, we have already received some good questions. First question from Mr. Sanjaya to Mr. Sesokorn. Based on Cambodia's experience, what are the most important strategic steps in cooperation between customs and tax authorities that must be taken? How much potential state revenue has been obtained during the cooperation? Mr. Sesokorn, please.
The second question again, please.
The second question is how much potential state revenue has been obtained during the cooperation? Is it clear, Mr. Sesokorn?
Yeah.
Okay, please.
Yeah, for our strategy between our General Department and Taxation is to increase the working between our specialized officers, and we meet often to find out the gap in the legal framework and law, because as you know, custom law issues in 1997, it almost 20 years already, so still some gap if comparing to the today working environment, and the tax on the law on taxation is also very old. So our two officers have to meet punctually. As I told you in the presentation, we wish to meet every month to find out the issue and we can solve the problem on time. And another thing is that our technical working groups also meet with each other to find out the issue happen in the automated system, and to find out the way that we can smoothly exchange the information and data after we strengthen our exchanging our data and information mechanism by transferring from a request through hard copy to the automated system integration. We found that the revenue collected by two administrative are increasing because we can change the information and data on time, and the trader, they know that now they cannot easily hide the information to each general department. Before, we used hard copy. And if you want to change the data information, we have to write a letter that we say that on request. So the importer and exporter, we know that there will be the gap between the two agencies. After we integrate our system, importer and exporter, they aware that not easily cheating anymore. So we found that the revenue collected by two agencies are increasing. And one more thing is the joint audit between the two administrative is also the mechanism that strengthen our revenue collection also. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sesokon. And we will now invite the audience to ask question live. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question, please raise your hand by clicking on the raise hand icon in the middle right of your screen. Well, let me see who raised hand. Well, I think it seems there is no one still ask the questions for the raise hand. We move to the question from Zoom or from Slido. Okay, the questions from Andy to Mr. Sesokon. What is the greatest obstacle in collaborating customs and tax authority in Cambodia? And the second question, how to encourage all elements in custom and tax authority to support the collaboration? Mr. Sesokon, please.
Yes, the main obstacle is that both sides not understand each other well, especially technical officer, like I showed in the presentation. Some tech officer don't know well about the technical issue of the General Department of Customs, and custom officer also don't understand well about the taxation work. Like I raised an example of HS code. HS code is a technical issue that not easy to learn and understand by just reading or just looking through time. And some technical issue within the General Department of Taxation are also difficult for custom officer also. So it is one of the obstacles that we face. And another thing is that the model of our system also kinds of obstacle to reduce the WCO model, and taxation, they use their own model. Maybe they produce locally. So the two systems are not matching well. That need our technical officer to meet often to show step by step. And to encourage all elements in custom and tax authority to support the collaboration is that we need to have a commitment by our top ranking officer, and we also encourage our officer to meet and study from each other on the technical issue.
Thank you, Mr. Sesokon, for the answer. Okay, now we have a participant that raises hand, Mr. or Mrs. Nailote. You can now deliver your question, please. Okay, we still can't hear you, sir. Please unmute your audio. Yeah.
Okay, I can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Buluvinakan. Good evening from Fiji.
Okay, sir.
Just you can hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you clearly.
Thank you. Buluvinakan. Good afternoon, good evening from Fiji. First of all, thanks for the three participants for the paper that was presented. Very informative and learned a lot of things. Just one question. I mean, it's a general question, like in terms of from the trade perspective or from the importers or taxpayers, from the customs front, they will try and reduce the customs value. Like my bit of knowledge in the customs area, basically I'm from mostly in the tax side, most of my work. And from the tax side, they want to maximize the transfer price to reduce the taxable profit. So, is there been some, some study or some research or some research done on whether the businesses they actually weigh the costs, like the benefits, which one outweighs the other, before they decide on doing, undervalue the customs or do transfer pricing. For example, if they undervalue and the potential cost to them is like, let's talk in US dollars, like $100 US, and when they do transfer pricing, the potential cost to them is $50 US. From their perspective, it's better that they increase the transfer price. So are there some things done in this perspective in terms of the collaboration that's been done? Maybe for my maybe I don't understand really well, but I'm just asking a general question in terms of the two areas. But I actually understood the papers that were presented. And my question was just on that, whether there's some work in terms of those that have presented the papers. Thank you. I hope you've understood my question.
So you want to address this question for Mr. Marcel and Mr. Nasirin, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Marcel or Mr. Nasirin, is the question clear enough?
Let me try first.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe I just catch about the last question about the research paper or some article about the undervalued goods from if it is reported to the custom authority. Is this the question, Mr. Nailote?
Yeah, see, my question is from the business, for a particular set of goods or particular transaction, they will want to undervalue customs, and for the transfer pricing side, they will want to maximize the transfer price to reduce taxable profit from the tax side. So, in terms of businesses that are high risk, you understand what they will weigh the benefits. That's how I look at it, on whether undervaluing will get them more money or transfer pricing, maximizing transfer pricing. I'm looking at both sides in terms of monetary benefits. Is there any work in terms of customs and tax working in this area, or there's some progress in that area in terms of looking at from both angles? In terms of the benefits, monetary benefits, in terms of that, high risk businesses who want to reduce the customs price at the same time. So, is there any work being done in this area, or maybe the tax person can answer, or maybe have some discussion around that one? if I'm clear enough on what I'm asking.
Okay, please, Mr. Nasirin. Would you give a comment for Mr. Nailotei question?
I can quite follow the question, but maybe I can make some comment about this. What can I say about this question? In the first, in this, what can I get from the question is the profit of the company. The profit of the company was lower, or maybe
Yes.
lower. Yes,
They increase the transfer price to lower the taxable profit. Yeah.
Yes, the profit is lower, and then the income tax that will be paid will be lower. That's right.
Yes. But what I'm looking at is
yes, and then
just I will I want to beat the system. So whether I do transfer pricing or I do, which one will I benefit more in terms of, you understand what I'm talking about? So which one will I benefit more, to reduce the customs value or do the transfer pricing in terms of dollars? I hope I am clear in that respect. My question. Like I'm a businessman who wants to beat the system. I want to beat the system. So I'm deciding internally on whether I will do customs undervaluation or I do transfer pricing. Which one will I gain more in terms of monetary benefit to me if I'm trying to beat the system? That's what I'm asking. So there'll be analysis done by them, by the business people, to actually say, okay, if I undervalue customs, this is the benefit to me, $20 US dollars. If I transfer pricing, this is the benefit to me. At the end of all this, I will get $50. So it's better to do transfer pricing rather than customs undervaluation. You understand, looking at it in totality from both customs and tax. I know that's how I look at it, my limited knowledge in that area. I hope that my question and my issue is getting across.
For Mr. Nailotei, are you an entrepreneur?
Or maybe you can answer it at a later time. Maybe you can email so that the other participants can also ask the question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nailotei.
Okay, Mr. Nailotei, we are sorry. So we please attach your email to our team so that we can reply it later.
Okay, thank you. So now we move to the next questions. We will invite Mr. Heru Haryanto to ask questions live. So Mr. Heru, please. Okay, Mr. Heru, could you use your audio?
Okay, thank you. I have trouble with unmuting my microphone. Thank you, everyone. It's quite interesting. I'd like to asking my colleagues from Cambodia. Are you there, Mr. Se Sokkorn? Okay, yes, thank you.
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Se.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Cambodia. To be honest, I'm one of the speaker that we have the technical assistant in PCA. I'm from the Indonesian Custom 2019, I guess 3 or 5 or 4 years ago, I cannot remember. I come to Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia. And then during this technical assistant, I still remember some kind of the issue. One of the issue is about the legal framework. I still remember Mr. San Meng is still there. San Meng is one of the officer there in the Cambodia custom say that you still arrange kind of the legal framework in terms of raising up kind of the cooperation between the custom and tax. And then I'm not much more updated about the regulation. So my question, is it still there? And my second question, related with the PCA practices in Cambodia, is there any issue related with the getting the data from your stakeholders? As to remember that in Cambodia, the people from the custom not easily to getting the data in terms of the data in terms of the very top syndicate and so on, and also probably related with the regulation as well. So that's all. Say Sokorn, and also giving my best regard to all my colleagues in a Cambodia custom. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. And first of all, I would like to say that Mr. Sam is still here, still in the PCA department. Yes. Before we facing the legal framework on the custom and tax cooperation, but in the presentation I showed you the broadcast by the Ministry of Economy and Finance to forming the working group and also forming a technical working group. And in the broadcast that issued by the Ministry of Economy and Finance, we can say it is a kind of a legal framework because they have a TOR in that broadcast, in that ministerial letter. So we use that ministerial letter to implement our job on the cooperation between the two administrations. And for PCA practice, we still facing difficult in getting the data from the stakeholder, but after we integrate our automated system from January 2021, we can solve many problems because we like in our side, in custom side, we can give a full set of SAD to tech department, and all the information and data in the SAD are enough for tax department to use. But from our custom side, still difficult because, as I told you, some data information from the tech side are still not enough. Some of information are on paper, on hard copy yet. So if we need to clarify, or we need some information or data for the purpose of PCA that we cannot find in the automated system, we have to write a letter to the General Department of Taxation. But frankly speaking, after January 2021, we improved much because most of the data and information we can withdraw it from the system. And the relevant stakeholder like importer and exporter, they are afraid of hiding the information like they did in the past, because in the past we difficult to get the information. If we need information of one company, we have to write a letter. But now we can scanning through the system. If we found any suspected company or suspected data, we can choose that company to audit. Yes.
Sir, can I say that right now? I mean, in the Cambodia, you are starting with the continuing cooperation with the tax, I mean, no more issue related with the legal framework. It's just in the operational, for example, you already mentioned kind of the IT based, right? And then one of the auditors in Cambodia custom just looking out for the kind of the IT and so on. So right, this one, right? Gradually, right? Gradually go through the IT based audit. Is it right?
Yes. Most of the information and data are in the system, but only some part are still working manually, mostly under tech general department, gradually improve, and we propose them to input all the paperwork to the system so that in the near future we can get it from automated system.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Or probably we have another technical assistant, right? Go to the Cambodia after the pandemic over.
Yes,
okay, nice to see directly from you, my colleague from Cambodia. I think it's enough. Committee, back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Heru and Mr. Sesokon. Okay, we will have the last questions for this Q&A session. Please, our co-host, share the screen. From Mr. Fatur DGCE to Mr. Marshall and Mr. Nasirin. The secondment program requires great commitment from the leaders and all members to respond the existing challenges such as a different organizational culture from the various joint programs between DGCE and DGT, how secondment program can support the success of this collaboration. Please, Mr. Marshall or Mr. Nasirin.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Mr. Fatur. From the various joint program between DGCE and DGT, how the secondment program is able to support the success of this collaboration. Initially, we don't know what secondment program is, and we have the wawancara with the participant. The secondment program is not about the target itself, but the secondment program is about making things better, like exchange of data, like informal or formal communication, so that the exchange of data can support the business process in the institution, his own institution. So, or the communication with the other institution, it will support the analysis of the other institution. So I think the secondment program is about small things that can help the other process business. Thank you.
Mr. Nasirin, do you want to add any comment?
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Let me add some answer. First, about the secondment program that conducted between DGCE and DGT. As we all know, this is a part of the several synergy program that promoted by Ministry of Finance under the new rules. So let me emphasize that in 2021 there's a big leap in this growth rules that accommodated all the units within Ministry of Finance as a big family. So as a Cayman Q1, so there's no silos in these units anymore. So by promoting this tagline, this Cayman Q1, so it is expected that the silo, the antagonism in the past, the conflict in the past, the different cultural, maybe about different incentive, different benefit will be eliminated, will be minimized. So, and then we can say in the big picture as one big family as the Kemenku Ministry of Finance. So I think in the second program is as I can say, yes, as like Mr. Masal said, that it is make small teams, make collaboration, allowing the collaboration between two parties that can make the silo, make the past conflict, make the antagonism to be eliminated, and then it will make the build the trust between the parties, and then with especially with maybe some openness from each party, and then it will make the parties to be trust for each other, and then the collaboration collaboration process can be continued with the next body like we presented before, especially with and then the role of the facilitative leadership that encourage that the participant and between the parties to be collaborate more, and after the intimacy was created between this party, and then the leadership can make become the role of the not the leader anymore, but as the maybe as a mediator to bridge this connection between two parties. I think that's for me.
Thank you, Mr. Nasirin and Mr. Masal, for the answers. These have been some great questions. Thank you for all our speakers, and thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. We have had a productive and inspiring time already. Hopefully everyone in here found today's conference to be of value.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this conference to a close, please take a moment to access the link to type into the Zoom chat. Click the evaluation form, and please provide us with feedback on today's conference to improve our performance the next time. Do not forget to fill and recheck your identity on the form in order to prevent spelling errors on your today's conference certificate. And your e-certificate will be sent directly to your email or Harris account.
This concludes today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay safe and stay healthy. See you the next day with more interesting and great discussions, as we will have experts from Director General of Customs and Excise and Director General of Taxes. We will also have experts from Malaysia and Russia, and also the presentations of 3 selected papers. I'm Sylvia.
And I'm Zemi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hai Sobat Wisata, kinerja pariwisata Indonesia terus bergerak maju. Dalam 5 tahun terakhir, pencapaian Kementerian Pariwisata diakui secara nasional maupun global. Peringkat Indonesia di Travel and Tourism Competitiveness Index yang dirilis oleh World Economic Forum melesat. Peringkat 70 di tahun 2013 menjadi 40 di tahun 2019 adalah sebuah angka pencapaian yang menjadikan Indonesia semakin layak diperhitungkan. Menurut data World Travel and Tourism Council, pertumbuhan pariwisata Indonesia semakin diapresiasi. Indonesia berada di peringkat ke-9 pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di dunia. Peringkat ketiga, pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di Asia, dan peringkat pertama, pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di Asia Tenggara. Pertumbuhan kunjungan wisatawan Indonesia terus meningkat mencapai 12,58% di level nasional, 7,4% di level ASEAN, dan 5,6% di level global. Rata-rata pertumbuhan tahunan jumlah wisatawan mancanegara mengalami peningkatan dari 9% di periode 2009 hingga 2013 menjadi 14% pada periode 2014 hingga 2018. Selain itu, Badan Pusat Statistik merilis absolute growth pertumbuhan wisatawan mancanegara di Indonesia di periode 2014 hingga 2018 mencapai 67,6%. Branding Wonderful Indonesia semakin mendunia dengan banyaknya penghargaan yang diberikan dari berbagai negara di dunia. Tahun 2019, industri pariwisata diproyeksikan menyumbangkan devisa terbesar di Indonesia dengan target 20 miliar dolar Amerika Serikat. Selama 5 tahun terakhir, telah ditetapkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas oleh Presiden Republik Indonesia. Di tahun 2019, ditetapkan pula 5 destinasi super prioritas: Danau Toba, Mandalika, Borobudur, Labuan Bajo, dan Likupang. Dan masih ada lagi 5 destinasi pariwisata unggulan. Dampak nyata majunya pengembangan pariwisata Indonesia adalah meningkatnya pendapatan asli daerah atau PAD secara signifikan di berbagai destinasi pariwisata yang ada di Indonesia seperti Samosir, Banyuwangi, dan Manggarai Barat. Seluruh pencapaian pariwisata ini merujuk pada nawacita sebagai visi dan misi pemerintahan Presiden Jokowi dan Wakil Presiden Yusuf Kala. Border tourism menjadi salah satu senjata pamungkas Kementerian Pariwisata untuk merebut target wisatawan mancanegara. Data pos lintas batas menunjukkan jumlah wisman per tahun 2018 naik signifikan menjadi 2.718.466 dengan jumlah cross-border event yang selalu mengalami kenaikan. 74 event di tahun 2016, 80 event di tahun 2017, dan 98 event di tahun 2018. Pengembangan sumber daya manusia, masyarakat, dan industri pariwisata merupakan kunci pengembangan industri kelembagaan. Pengembangan sumber daya manusia melalui pelatihan dasar kepariwisataan bagi mahasiswa dan guru bertujuan untuk meningkatkan kesadaran dan kepekaan tentang kepariwisataan sehingga mampu meningkatkan ekonomi dan perkembangan industri pariwisata. Pengembangan masyarakat diwujudkan melalui gerakan sadar wisata, peningkatan kapasitas usaha kecil masyarakat, serta pengembangan desa wisata melalui pendampingan. Gerakan sadar wisata telah ditetapkan di 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dengan tujuan untuk meningkatkan ekonomi masyarakat seperti bagaimana menyambut wisatawan dengan prima serta bagaimana menjaga kebersihan area destinasi pariwisata. Peningkatan kapasitas usaha kecil masyarakat dilaksanakan guna mengajak masyarakat untuk aktif mengembangkan produk dan usaha kecil masyarakat di 10 destinasi wisata prioritas melalui berbagai pelatihan seperti pemandu wisata,